Please, pull the button, pull the chain, whatever. All right, I'll call this public safety meeting to order. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with Wisconsin statutes, section 19.83 and 19.84. In such form will praise the general public and news media of a subject matter. This is intended for discussion and action. Roll call. All members are here except for Phil, who has been excused. At this time, if anybody has any public comment, please. Anybody online? Okay. Thank you. You state your name and your address, please. That's the normal. And then make sure that the red light is off. Very good.
Scott Heffley, W159N10514, Old Farm Road, Germantown. I've never come to the public safety meeting before, but I do follow it online. And I followed last week's, I think it was last week you had one, maybe it was 2 weeks ago. Try to follow a little bit, try to follow closely. I do look at the agendas, and in case I want to know what's going on. And what I saw on there was we were talking about staffing for police and fire. I think I've mentioned this at village board meetings over the past. I'm a huge supporter of police and fire, always have been. The last time you guys had a meeting, I only caught the last hour and a half. I watched it, and we talked about how we're going to solve the staffing issues. My feeling is that this village should be budgeting for police and fire and should have done that for years, and I know they are. I don't feel our police and fire really ever have enough manpower for what we're doing. I know we do the best we can, so they're understaffed and have been for a long time. I think we know this, but the discussion which was introduced at the last meeting was about a referendum. And I will state that just because Richfield's having a referendum doesn't mean that we have to. Now, we do have a referendum coming up for the IGA coming up in November, okay? If you ask people in this village how much they like referendums, the school referendum did pass. We did fix the schools or whatever we did, and there's people that have a problem with that. People in this community do not have an appetite with being levied for a bunch of things. They feel like they're levied enough. Not just me stating this, neighbors, friends, people I know. So I'm concerned that we're going down the referendum path when we're trying to fund things that I believe are some of the only reasons we have this village, okay? Now, if the referendum goes through and we get our chiefs what they need, then fantastic. You will be raising taxes to do so. People like me and others may ask a question, why do you have to raise taxes to budget for what I consider to be extremely necessary services in the village? I think we'd agree police and fire are extremely necessary. It may not be the reason I moved here, but is the reason I live here and I will stay here, is because I believe in police and fire. I believe in the other things we have, but those two are so critically important, I can't stress it enough. So when I see it discussed that the only way that we can help these gentlemen out or these departments is to do referendums, and we're doing work in that area, it concerns me. Why aren't we doing more with our budget? Okay, this village has been around 100 years. Certainly we've been challenged with budgeting before. This needs to be priority one, budgeting. All right. You had Administrator Kreckle commented action. We could take some action, do some work to put it in front of the village board, but there's a lot of work to be done. And that other communities have done public safety referendums and such. Well, I'm not worried about other communities. I'm worried about Germantown. Always have been. So I would say be cautious. Don't just throw everything on a referendum. You might be surprised if people don't want a referendum. But of course, in how you phrase it, do you want more police in Germantown? Do you want a greater police presence? Do you want more fire trucks? You can lead the witness to saying yes to anything, okay? I'm just saying be careful I think you need to look at your budgets and find places to cut so you can provide necessary staff. That's my opinion. I might be wrong at that, but that's my opinion. And I don't think you can just levy your way out of spending. Government loves to spend. They don't love to budget. They don't love to save. They don't love to look for revenue sources or restrict spending or defer things. They just like to levy, not just Germantown, all government. So it does say, depending on how the referendum is written, it can be an additional property tax levy. I get that. I'm just saying that if that's the path you want to go, I can't stop you, but I would suggest treading lightly. Thank you.
The only thing I will add to that is when I'm the one who brought this up to the village president 5 months ago in regard to this aspect. So it had nothing to do with Richfield's. But when I brought this to the committee as such, the bottom line from the committee was that they need additional information and wanted to see a plan going forward. And basically speaking, there will be no referendum this year. We need to speak to our village attorney in regard to if we're able to do this in April or in November of next year, but that has not been done yet. Committee members, any comments? God bless you. Any other public comments this evening? Seeing none, we'll go on to approval of minutes from July 18th, please.
Motion to approve the minutes from July 18th.
Yes. Very good. Discussion, please.
Yes, I wanted to clarify something. In the minutes, let's start at the beginning. In the agenda, it said additional police or fire,
Right.
There was no mention of a referendum. And the conversation went into a referendum. And I asked there was something about I asked Deanna if there was a handout. Did you give a handout on the 18th regarding a referendum? I don't have it.
I didn't give a referendum. What I ended up giving you, Jan, was the information in regard to different communities, what they have done and what they've come across. And then there was an article from the Milwaukee Journal Now section talking about different police and fire departments, their staffing. They have problems for getting people per se. Those are the two things I gave.
Okay, so I'm just and I'm just curious how the referendum intertwined with just a discussion of additional help coming in for police and fire. And I think we were all in agreement with that. But aren't we supposed to stick to the agenda?
This is part of the agenda. Basically speaking, it was speaking in regard to different additional people that we need. We had discussion from the police and fire department talking about the problems. We've had the discussions in the past in regard to this and such. And when I brought up in regard to the referendum, it was up to the committee to either approve it or not. And what the committee went for was in regard to additional information, a plan in regard to going forward as such. There might have been other things I'm not saying at this time, but.
Okay, I don't, if we discuss a referendum at a later date, I would appreciate that you put referendum on the agenda. Because having a discussion about additional fire and police is a different conversation than putting something on a referendum. Now we're a lot further down the road. And we've asked both departments to get us information about what their actual needs are going to be looking 5 years out. And I know the referendum came up and there were three things, and Mr. Krecklow was talking about three different other avenues to go for saving money or budgeting money other than a referendum. So I'm just saying, I don't want to be, I'm trying to be a stickler about it because we already have conversations of a referendum right now in a different area. So I don't want them commingled. That's my point.
The three items that Steve brought up,
Yes.
and what I've asked him after that was, those are three things that can be brought up by the board themselves and voted for, and it wouldn't have to go before the residents. And that's why I didn't want to have those, and he agreed with me in regard to it.
What are,
He talked about three different things. I don't remember them right offhand per se.
right. Wheel tax was one.
Right. And you can start that up on your own. You don't need to have a referendum from people. You just end up doing it and they end up paying extra money. I didn't care for that particular aspect. That's my own opinion in regard to that.
I'm just,
I understand what you're talking about in regard to referendum.
right. If we're going to talk about a referendum, it should say referendum on the agenda.
You can't help that the discussion went that way.
I,
He gave an article that said both sides of having a referendum, pros and cons. It was put on the agenda as additional personnel are needed, and the conversation went that way. So why would he put it on there if that was his point? But that's just the way the conversation went.
yeah, well, I didn't think it was necessary. That's my opinion.
That's fine. But because we had this discussion
Need
before
more
when we,
information from the police and the fire department about their needs.
And that's what it says on the minutes,
right.
Right, but it keeps referring to a referendum.
because that's what was
That was-
discussed.
I understand.
Anything else, Jan? But duly noted.
No,
When it comes
that
up
was
next time,
fine.
it will have that along with the information from the people. Okay,
Appreciate that.
Anything else from the committee, please? Seeing none, we will go to the reports. Police Department, please.
Got ahead of myself last month, so you already have June's report, which should have been with this month. So next month in September will be July's monthly report. In addition to that, training-wise, we did train with West Bend in a countywide effort to train and rescue task force active shooter type scenarios up at West Bend High School, and it was a very successful training. In addition to that, now all of our officers, except for a handful of newer officers, are trained in the pit technique, which I talked about a couple months ago. We have 2 officers in the final phase of their field training, so we're hoping to have them working solo patrol within the next few weeks. And we hope we made a conditional offer to 1 Milwaukee officer as part of the accelerated lateral transfer process. And we're hoping to make 2 more officers by the end of this week. That would still leave us 2 short, but we have 1 starting the academy on Wednesday, which he'll then be in the academy through December and then start field training. So he won't be on the road for quite a long time, but we're getting there.
Thank you. Committee members, please. Any questions?
That's
Oh,
right.
well, thank you very much, whoever called that. All those in favor of the motion for the minutes?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. The fire department, please.
Just a couple things since our last meeting was just a couple weeks ago. The 2 recruits that we had going through our full-time employee academy have since completed their academy and are now on shift, doing their shift training, which is going very well. About a week ago, on Saturday evening, we had a very large rainstorm. I think we got like 3 inches of rain or something like that in a very short period of time. There was some flooding on Mequon Road and
Maple.
Stonewood. One of the drains was plugged, and our ladder truck went through that. They weren't able to tell that the road was flooded, and the truck ingested all the water. So the engine is seized in the truck right now.
Jeez.
It is going to be an insurance claim. We don't know the extent of the damage because we can't test it yet because the engine doesn't run. Tomorrow it's going down to Inland Diesel to see if they can repair the damage or replace the engine, at least to the point where we can get the truck to run again to test the rest of the components on it. So for right now, we are currently down a ladder truck. Mequon did reach out to me. They have 3 in their fleet, and they would be willing to let us borrow one, possibly. However, I have to exactly see what the timeline is going to be to know if I have to go that route, because it would involve then retraining everybody on a whole different truck, and it would take some time to get that up and running. But those are the 2 biggest reports at this time.
Thank you, John. Katie?
So, you have no idea how long it would take. If it was a month that it would take them to repair that, would that be worthwhile to get a spare?
If it was a month, probably not. It would take a few weeks of training just to get everybody who's able to drive our ladder trucks up to speed with that ladder truck, and that'd be just about the time that it was coming back.
Okay.
If the ladder was to be totaled by the insurance company, then we're looking at being down a ladder truck for about a year and a half. In that case, it would be beneficial then to go that route.
Thank you.
Mike, please?
I should have said NAC night tomorrow,
Oh, yeah.
5 o'clock till 8 o'clock up at Fireman's Park. Some of the highlights are a taser demo at 6 o'clock, a fire department demonstration at 6:30, and a canine demo at 7. But there's going to be a lot of tables, a lot of community groups up there. Hot dogs, soda. So please spread the word, and I hope to see everybody up there.
Mike, is this our first time at Fireman's Park?
This will be the second year.
Second year.
Last year was
I missed it.
very well attended. Last week, Taste of Germantown was unbelievably attended, so we're expecting a good crowd.
Thank you, Mike. Any other members from the committee? Policy updates, we have none. Unfinished business, we have none. Going into new business A, we have a request from a resident to investigate the intersection of Main Street and Fond du Lac for safety. And this came from trustee Rick in this area, yes. And so
I thought he was going to come. Didn't he say he planned on attending?
I didn't hear anything on it. Anyhow, I was going to say, I'm going to give this to tomorrow and have him go to the intersection and report in regard to what he finds and then put it on the agenda for next month. Oh, okay. Could you? No, certainly, please. I'm sorry. Right here, make it easier.
To turn on the microphones until the red goes off. There's a little button on the base.
Right in the front. Yeah.
On the base.
Push it
Hard.
hard.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, so my name is Samantha Drew. I live N116W15757, which is the stop sign, then my house, like right there. So I'm the one that initially did it because if I'm coming off of Fond du Lac Ave right there and trying to turn in, people don't stop at the stop sign. I could sit at the front door and just count for you if you really wanted, but it's to the point where people run it. It's more of a yield to them. And I'm not hit, but I could be almost hit probably 3 to 5 times a week because people don't stop. And it's become a part where it's really stressful. When I did complain, the police officers did come. They were great. We found an alternate route when I'm coming that way, but it doesn't solve then if you're coming off of Pilgrim to turn into the driveway. I know I'm just one person and that's just my driveway, but the amount of people who don't stop is astronomical. I don't even know how to explain it. And if someone's
Gosh.
Right, something happening.
It's frustrating that, I mean, I know we've all probably done rolling stops in our lives. It's part of life, but when you're living right there and you have people over, or I have friends and they're playing, or we're sitting, it's just not safe. I could sit out there for 30 minutes and okay, like say 10 cars go through, probably 8 of those won't, they'll do a rolling stop. One will stop because they're turning left and they have to, but then that car behind them, because they stopped for the car in front, will just go right through. My ultimate goal would be for someone to do some traffic study and determine that something else is needed. I don't know if my neighbors and I could kind of talk, like a roundabout would probably be the greatest route to divert the traffic, and then it slows down the people coming off of 145 or like that Fond du Lac Ave, because they don't go the speed limit and they fly by. And then when you have semis that are coming in and out with the businesses there, you have people that are still flying by, and I'm like, these semis are like, you're going to hurt yourself and someone else because you're just trying to pass them and they're not doing anything wrong. And yeah, it's just frustrating for me being that person right there. And I don't want to come across as like, I think I told the police officer that came, a Karen. I really don't want to be that person, but I've been there 4 years now and it's just gotten worse, especially as the downtown area continues to grow, like with Big Boys, and then Bubs is there. And when they have events, it's crazy. I mean, the amount of people and accidents that could happen on a daily basis that don't, because you have people that just slam on brakes. I mean, something's got to change. I don't know what that is, but at
So,
this point.
I would say that we could put this on the agenda again for next month,
Mhm.
and collect data if the chief would be able to look into that intersection and let us know accident reports or.
I don't think there's very many accident reports, but
Yeah.
there could be accidents. It's just crazy. Like if you would spend 5 to 10 minutes during I mean, if it's not busy, they see a cop, they'll stop. But if it's not, and they're just going, and there's no one coming, they just will go right through it.
Unfortunately, putting a roundabout there, since that's part of a state
Yeah.
road, that it wouldn't be just our decision
Okay.
to do, and that has proven to be
Hard.
extremely difficult.
My other thing that I was wondering if there's a way to maybe get like a hidden driveway sign attached to where the stop sign is, so that at least, I mean, I don't know if it'll make people completely stop, but maybe they're aware, because when they do those rolling stops and they are blocking my driveway, and there have been instances where like I'm trying to pull in and I'm like, oh, I can't now. And people roll down their windows and yell at me. So
This was put on the agenda kind of late, wasn't it? Or the email was, there was the
yeah,
attachment was? So I mean, I would like the opportunity to at least drive by the intersection several times and see what you're talking about.
Mhm.
I don't know if you guys are okay with, would it be considered tabling this until next?
Well, I was going to mention, thanks for coming forward. And I believe it's important to stop something before an accident, not rather than dealing with it after the fact.
I have a question.
Let me finish, if I may, please.
Sure.
Mike, is there something that you can have an officer check in that area and kind of report back and what he finds, or give out tickets, if that be the case?
We can certainly do extra patrol. I did check the log back to 2021, and we're not logging a lot of stuff there, and I understand it's an issue, but
Just called and they have been around a little bit more
Okay.
since then, because I asked.
what they haven't been logging them though, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly what they were doing or what they're seeing up there. So I'll have them start logging over the course of the month what they're actually doing up there.
Is it possible, I don't know the area, is it possible that somebody could be in her driveway watching that area?
I would not care. That's up
I'm
to
just,
you.
I'm just throwing this out.
Yeah,
And-
I'll talk to the command staff on
Right,
that.
whatever. And then we'll bring this up next month and have a discussion. Jan, please?
If there's a need for a traffic study, doesn't that go to DPW? Don't they do the traffic? It's more of a counter, though. You know what I mean? DPW. Like when they put the rope down and they count the
Right,
cars.
that'll just give you the number of cars.
Okay,
You're right,
that's not-
or the speed or whatever,
So-
but it won't tell you if they actually made a stop or a rolling stop.
Correct.
Right. Okay, so Samantha, you live on the, I'm going to call it south,
Call it the fork in the road.
yeah, south, like the southeast corner of Main and Fond du Lac?
Yeah, so if you know where Ivy's is,
Yes.
the gray house right across the street from there. So literally
Okay.
the street, the stop sign is like
That's the,
viewable from, like, it's right in my porch.
yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair, so just for long-term purposes, obviously it may not address the immediate needs. Remember that when we approved the PDD for Gales as part of one of the recent things that they did, one of the commitments and conditions on that was that they would dedicate
They
that
did.
corner.
They did.
Well, they haven't dedicated it yet, but
Really?
that's one of the conditions of that approval, to basically square off that intersection so that the Main Street will kind of curve up a little bit and square that intersection off, which may help things. Long-term, obviously doesn't immediately address any safety issues, but long-term, there may be a resolution.
I thought they actually gave that to Germantown, from what I understand.
Okay, well, in that case, I make a motion to request staff to follow up with Gales to find out about when they're going
When the
to
disposition in the
donate
matter.
and get that going, because that's been a while now.
About 3 months, okay.
They expanded over a year ago.
That finished end of last year, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, whatever.
A second.
Any further discussion? Otherwise, all those in favor? Those opposed? Passes. Give that to Steve and he'll end up checking in regard to the staff. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that.
File done now.
Thanks for coming forward in regard to it as such. Under new business B, we have the following have applied for license. And I understand that these are, speaking to Deanna, these are new ones per se. And so there wouldn't be any information, I would imagine, from the police or fire in regard to this because they haven't been in business yet.
This is only one, right?
Yes, one.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, motion to approve new business item B.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion passes. And our next meeting will be on September 5th in this room at 6
That
p.m.
is the holiday.
That's Labor Day.
Good point. Deanna, please. Could you tell us when the first meeting for the,
Village Board.
is that the Monday after?
Two.
It would be September 19th,
19th.
unless there's a special meeting. I don't know, but the
Okay.
regular one would be September 19th.
All right. Then I correct that to September 19th at 6 p.m. in this room. Otherwise, this meeting is adjourned.
So normally GGF is at 6 o'clock, general government.
So you want me to,
Can you be earlier? And if so,
going to be meet at 5? Oh, yeah, that's a problem. You want to meet on a different date?
Whatever. Yeah, that'll
It's just a thought.
work. Yeah. Or, no, GG have to go longer.
Yeah, I know.
6. Yeah, they'll be the whole. Can we do it in a half hour?
I don't know what's on the agenda. You can't. I
Would
don't
you
know.
want to do it the 12th?
Day is that?
It's a Monday. It's the Monday before?
And then we're not competing with anybody.
Yeah, then is
So-
the
so-
12th open?
if it's before plan commission, because that would fall on a plan commission night, so you would have to.
What time is planning commission?
6:30
6:30.
usually.
6:30 if we had ours. Oh, here we go.
5:30.
I could do 5:30, but I mean, we don't know what's on the agenda. We know this is going to be on the agenda again.
Oh, what? I just have to wait. That's all.
It would be an hour. for us.
Yeah,
Okay,
5:30 on the
then
12th.
then we'll have it at 5:30 on the 12th.
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Deanna.
Yeah,
Thanks, Deanna.
thanks for bringing it to my attention. Appreciate that, Jan.
Lights out.
Summer.
Extremely busy. Oh,
So,
yeah, it gets, it gets.
It's all good.
It's not even possible for you to be. I don't even think you could be deprived. Really don't.
Richfield is actually just taking the chief position, which is elected.
No, me on the other
by
hand.
the fire company right now. There are types of fire companies.
I usually do. Yeah.
Sorry about
Like-
No, that's okay.
But then,
And then I
they're
think,
taking that position and they're trying to make it a municipal
so,
position.
no,
But you would
Rick-
still be overseeing the
sits to my
fire
right.
company
and
in
Terry.
a municipal position.
Yep, Phil usually sits there.
Whatever, like it.
Yes, or, yeah, David,
Yeah.
Phil,
Yeah.
then Dennis.
So.
I don't think I got it either. Did you find that? Yeah. I don't know what I'm on. I'm before David. Phil, and then- Me again. I'm between Phil and, yeah, this is where I sit.
Mr. Hudson's not here.
No, he's over here.
Jolene. Terry's there. Jolene is there. There's a missing chair for Phil.
It's all right.
Phil isn't here tonight.
It's all right.
Again.
Are you happy?
I'm never happy. But I'll get there.
He's comfortable. He's touched everything. Made it the way he wants it.
His mind's straight,
No, it's not. It's actually crooked.
please.
It's not properly positioned. It's a little too far back.
Thank you.
People who are.
I knew you would.
Who are visually impaired. I call you Phil instead.
Yeah. I don't want to be Phil. Well, if nothing else happens, I brought this minty fresh.
It's so quiet.
We're all working diligently.
Well, I'm so sorry, trustee Baum. Continue on.
Now we're ready. Ready? I'd like to call this meeting to order, a regular meeting of the Village Board on Monday, August 1st at 7 PM in the Germantown Village Hall Boardroom, and also can be accessed via WebEx. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with sections 19.83 and 19.84 of the Wisconsin statutes in such form that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter that is intended for consideration and action. Roll call shows all village board members present except for trustee Hudson, who is excused. At this time, I'll ask us all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag States of America, to the republic for which it stands, nation, indivisible, justice for all. Thank you. Next item is President's Report. Not too much to report tonight. Hopefully, many of you were able to attend the Taste of Germantown on July 28th, which I understand was very well. A lot of people were there. It was a great event. They've added a lot of things over the years to make it more family friendly. A lot of kids areas to keep smaller children busy. A lot more food trucks, music, and a lot more selection. So thanks to all that went there and had themselves a good time. And thank you for, it was the Kiwanis that put that on for the Taste of Germantown and for another successful event. That's all I have for President's Report, so that we can go to the next item, which is appointments. There is one appointment on tonight's agenda for a Plan Commission member.
Motion to approve A.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to approve? And the person that is being recommended is Josh Tarantino. No discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. Next item is announcements of forthcoming events of public interest, committee and department reports. And we'll start with committee reports and committee chairs with trustee Kaminsky.
Public Works will meet in this room next, not this Wednesday, but a week from this Wednesday on the 10th. And that will be at 6 PM.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Rick Miller.
General Government and Finance will meet on Monday, August 15th at 6 PM in the boardroom.
Thank you. Trustee Myers.
Mr. President, the next Safety Committee meeting will be September 12th at 5:30 in this building.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything else or announcements of forthcoming events of public interest, committee or department reports? Trustee Jan Miller.
I'd like to announce that we are having the 4th of July celebration, so mark your calendar. We're calling it Third Time is a Charm, and it will be Saturday, August 13th, starting at 4 o'clock. Some of the festivities, which will include food and beverages. We will have the bouncy house, face painting for kiddos, and all other kinds of games. We will have the Barrel Wars. Thank you very much to the fire department. And we have our headliner band is called 3D. They start at 5:30 to 8:30. And for the finale, we will have fireworks that are extended past any fireworks you've ever seen here in Germantown. So please come join us.
Great. That sounds great. Thank you, Trustee Miller.
You're welcome.
Anything else for announcements of forthcoming events of public interest, committee or department reports? Okay, then we'll go on to the next item, which is citizen input and public appearance on items not subject to a public hearing. There's no public hearing on tonight's agenda. But if there is anyone within our audience or is joining us via WebEx that would like to come forward for citizen input or public appearance, all I would ask is you come to the podium and state your name and your address for the record. And take the microphone that the village attorney has, and please make sure that it's on. Oh, there's a different one there. I'm sorry. Thank you. Yep, the light's off, the mic's on, and just speak as directly as you can into the microphone so people at home can hear you. Thank you.
Congratulations to the Kiwanis of Germantown. By all accounts, Taste of Germantown was a huge success. Unfortunately, with any event, there's a small percentage of patrons whose behavior comes into question. Specifically, I'm referring to those patrons who decided to use the Germantown Veterans Memorial as a parking lot. I can't imagine what went through their minds of those who thought that parking on the memorial grounds was anyway a good idea. To disrespect those who the memorial is dedicated to by parking there is inexcusable. That memorial was built to honor those who sacrificed so much so that all citizens of this great nation can enjoy what we have today. Please be considerate of the memorial grounds. Don't use it as a parking lot. Walk a few more steps and be thankful that you didn't have to walk in the shoes of those the memorial is dedicated to. On behalf of the veterans of the Germantown area, we thank you for your future consideration.
Thank you, Chris, for coming forward on that. Police chief, is there a way that we can deter that? Once someone starts something and sees it, it can occur in future events. Is there a way to make sure that that does not occur in any way, especially with the events we got coming up on August 13th? It just seems to set up a dangerous and wrong precedent that is very discouraging for me, and I'm sorry to hear that that even happened. So I'd like to see what we could do to make sure that there's no parking there again.
Yeah, and I also am very sad and very disappointed that that happened. In the past, for 4th of July, we had roped off that area. We will do that tomorrow for the NAC night, and we'll plan on doing that moving forward in the future. Just find a way to rope that off so that people can't park in that area.
Okay, and then I take it, Chris, there was no damage of any kind, everything, nothing that had to be fixed or. All right, good. That's good to hear. All right, thank you. I appreciate that, Chief.
President Walter?
Trustee Pieper?
Something from the village Facebook page?
Yes, that would be a great idea. Aaron Hearn, can you? Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time, or anyone else joining us via WebEx that would like to participate in citizen input or public appearance?
Good evening. And yes, Taste of Germantown was a fantastic evening, and it's very sad to hear about people's thoughtlessness. So let's hope that doesn't happen again. This evening, I have a couple of observations and a question. The proposals for the referendum education information events, or however you want to describe it, have come in. All three of the proposals are written as if this is a campaign to change people's minds, not an even-handed educational campaign. In none of these proposals do the firms pick up on the point, and this is from the RFP that Administrator Krecklow put together. The village board does not want to advocate for a particular position on the referendum, but would like all relevant information on the question presented professionally, fairly, and objectively. In my view, omission of this point disqualifies them all. The village has staff. You now have 3 sets of ideas on how to conduct the work for educating people in the village. You don't have the budget to hire a firm, as I understand it. So why not do it yourselves? Your third goal, as stated on the last sheet of the agenda, which is village goals, says that communication improvement is one of the things that needs to happen between the residents and the village. What a great opportunity to practice that. And please use spell check. When do we get to see the wording of the referendum? This is my question. No mention of this has been made, and it should be discussed and reviewed by all so that it can be presented on the ballot professionally, fairly, and objectively. The residents should have the opportunity to comment on how this important voting matter is to be worded. You as a board have the opportunity to regain some trust by residents depending on how the language of the referendum is handled. And so why do I bring up trust? Again, because looking at the village board goals and objectives that's in the agenda, All four of these items are a measure of trust. If employees are leaving the village staff, it's because of either better opportunities or less reason to stay. Regarding residents trusting the village board or employees, most people that I speak with have no beef with staff level people at all. In fact, they're very helpful and professional. Some of the leader roles are where the problem is, with lack of communication and trust. As representatives of the public, you signed up for listening to us, and sometimes that includes voting contrary to desires because the people want it. We've witnessed board members loudly admonishing others, trustees rolling their eyes at comments made, making mocking statements about things people say, and both board members and village staff leadership ignoring attempts at contact. And this is not everyone, it's not a blanket statement, but if this does describe a behavior that you may have done, you are just demonstrating that you have little respect for who it is that is in front of you. Anyone who comes to these meetings and takes the time to make comments or send in emails that may or may not get read should not be treated as annoyances. We are the community. When a trustee says something like, the comments are all the same, there's nothing new, what they're really saying is be quiet and stop bothering us. The reason residents' comments are repeated at meetings is because of trust. If the comments are harsh, it's maybe considered a measurement of disagreement. Strong words are part of what you signed up for as people in this position. If we are not seeing action as residents to indicate that our comments are not being taken seriously, our recourse is at the ballot, and until then, speaking here. It is astonishing to me how many residents have said that the board never listens. To those of you who do listen and have met with me and are willing to discuss things by the phone, thank you very much. This is what this country is all about. I heard on a podcast today, which was highlighting people in Britain who had been harmed by the COVID shots and are being ignored by their government. The one representative in Parliament who's drawing attention to their health issues, like our Ron Johnson, his name is Christopher Choate, and this is what he said. The privilege of being a member of Parliament is to stand up against the government in behalf of your constituents. Now that's refreshing. I thought that was good. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time for citizen input or public appearance?
Thank you again for the time. Scott Heffley, W159 and 10514 Old Farm Road, Germantown. Just a couple, 3 or 4 comments tonight. First of all, regarding the 2050 plan, I've been here for a lot of these meetings about it. And page 7 of the plan, if anyone has it with them or wants to refer to it, lists 9 elements of the plan. We had a lot of comments last meeting about land use. I heard the word comprehensive land use plan used multiple times by several people in this room. It's a comprehensive plan, not a comprehensive land use plan. And the comments made were, we're hearing the same thing from the same people and it's all about land use. Well, guess what? Apparently, according to page 7 of the plan, the state provides guidelines that we built the plan off of, and land use is one of 9 elements. Not 3, not 4, 9. Issues and opportunities, housing, hot button, transportation, utilities, community facilities, natural and agricultural resources. We could throw water in there possibly. Economic development, and I know they haven't been able to meet because of COVID, but they've had a meeting. Intergovernmental cooperation, which we do through mutual aid. We're already doing some of those things. Land use is listed as 8. I don't think they were prioritized. I think it was just a list of elements, and 9 is implementation, okay? I agree with all 9 parts of these elements. I agree with all 9 of these elements, okay? But I keep hearing this comprehensive plan referred to as a comprehensive land use plan. That's not what my binder says. It says comprehensive plan. Land use is one of 9 elements. It is not mutually exclusive. It is not the most important thing. I feel that all of these things are important with going forward with this plan, okay? And later on, maybe on page 10, it says it's a community-based plan, all right? Community-based. That means the community has input. Well, what I learned the last meeting is the staff is the one that put together this plan. And you know what? They did a lot of work on this plan. And Grafe did a lot of work on this plan. And the staff, the planning area, Mr. Krecklow and his staff did a lot of work. We have yet to see an addendum that's listing anything regarding for or against comments. Maybe there's a couple sprinkled in, hey, it'd be nice if Germantown had a better Main Street or whatever, inside that big plan. But nothing about, hey, there's issues, hey, whatever. And the question is, are we ever going to see that? Now, I was told last time, hey, we're going to see that, we're going to have that. But to this point, this plan, which I felt was being passed the last meeting by this board, contains no addendum or no listing of anyone that's against the things that you're trying to do in this plan. We're just listing the people that we agree with us that are positive about it. So I would personally like to see something anywhere in this plan that says we're going to do the best we can, but we recognize there's concerns, and these are the concerns that have been brought up. I would hope it would be as part of a referendum, but I've seen referendums go through, and with all respect to the people in this room, how most PR firms work is, what are you guys trying to accomplish? Let me help you, okay? And tout the successes of passing referendums, okay? It's been done before. It doesn't make it wrong, it just makes it we have to know what we're facing. So the staff plan needs to become a plan that incorporates the community. I don't know how you do that, but you're a bunch of smart people, you guys need to figure it out. So that would be something I want to look at. I spoke earlier at public safety. And, you know, I was disturbed by the fact that at public safety, they brought up a referendum. And I know Mr. Myers, it was part of a discussion thing. Whenever I hear the word referendum, it bothers me. Just ask the people on the school board that I've been bothering for over 2 years with their referendum. Because there's some things in a referendum that don't work out the way you want it to. And then everybody says, well, heck, what happened? Or why did we do that? Or we didn't get what we wanted out of it or what we were told. So that is a concern. I guess what I don't get is when I go on the village website, Village of Germantown, there's 5 blue drop-down icons: Park and Rec, Police, Fire, DPW, and Library. Somewhere, some way along the road, last 30 years, somebody, maybe this body, maybe a body before you, determined that those 5 things are important. Otherwise, why would they be on the website with their own icon? I did not see the development icon down there. I saw Park and Rec, Police, Fire, DPW, and Library. Those are probably 5 of the reasons why people live here as opposed to going somewhere else. Because we have excellent Park and Rec, Police, Fire, DPW, and Library. We have solid people, we have solid parts of that community, and that's why I live here, okay? I can move elsewhere, but I like those things that we have here. And we should preserve them. So again, I don't see land use on that icon. I don't see development on that icon, but that's always seemingly talked about. So I guess I'm confused why our police and fire chiefs have to come and beg this entity for money every year, okay? I've heard the budgets are tight from every government meeting I've ever been to in my life, not only here in La Crosse, other places that I live, but budgets are tight, budgets are tight, budgets are tight. I get that, okay? But if we're not using prioritized-based budgeting, we should be. I hope that we are, because police, I believe, is #1 budget, and then DPW, and then fire, some order like that. Make sure you have the money for those 3 things, let it flow down from there, okay? I don't know if we do that. I couldn't, you know, I'm kind of new to learning. I know budgeting, but I'm new to governmental budgeting. I'm learning my way through it. But let's fund those 5 things, or pay attention to the 5 things on those icons, starting with public safety, working our way down. I think that in this community, if you said, hey guys, we're going to have to defer some road maintenance and we can't pave your road, but we're adding 3 or 4 police officers and 2 firefighters because that's the critical need, I think the village would give you a pass and say, oh yeah, Division Road really needs to be redone, but I'd rather have the safety first and worry about the potholes at a future point. So I don't know if we're doing that, but I think we should do that. The final thing I'll say, and I know and was brought up in the person before me is right on the website. And by the way, the website is not easy to navigate. If you guys can navigate it easily, it's because you have more knowledge than me. It's not very friendly. You really got to dig for stuff. Maybe it's better than it was, but it's not good. So I looked at the village goals, you know, that were set by whomever. It's fine. You can set goals. Under village goals, there's the only metric is number 4. Tell me the metric for improving retention rates for village employees. What's, you know, I've done enough of this stuff. Where's the baseline? What was the number, and how do you measure improvement or not improvement? You got to have a baseline. Tell me where the baselines are in this. Improved communication between the village and residents. Where is the baseline? Anybody in this room can tell me where the baseline is for that. So how do we know if we're getting better or worse? If you don't have a baseline, you don't know. Just ask a doctor. What's the baseline for the patient? The only thing I see as far as a goal is apparently, and I'm, again, learning new things, complete the 2050 comprehensive land use plan. There's that word again, not comprehensive plan, land use plan, by August 1st with at least 2 public hearings. Maybe this entity could answer me. Do we have a comprehensive plan, or do we have a comprehensive land use plan? And where do I get a copy of the comprehensive land use plan? Because it's not in that 196-page binder that I have with me back there. So these are confusing things to me. Under village objectives, under 5, again, land use plan. Okay. I know some people here mentioned land use plan. All I know is a comprehensive plan. So if people want to educate me to help me learn, I'm sure you all know how to reach me. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward for citizen input or public appearance? Anybody online? Okay, then I've received several emails that I'll read for the record. First one was received on Monday, July 18th, and it says, President Walter, trustees, and Mr. Kreklo, it would be great to have a cable channel fix. This problem has been going on for well over a year and a half. This is not acceptable for the citizens. Just shows you that it's not important to get this problem fixed for the citizens. If we and other citizens didn't keep emailing and calling to push for it to get fixed, it would never happen. We also were told that it was our problem with the cable company, not. The village said the cable company would have to find a part, and it could take 6 months or so. The problem could have been fixed a long time ago if someone in the village hall would have really listened to what the citizens were saying. Please do not assume all citizens of the village of Germantown have a computer or a smartphone to get the information of what is going on in the village and information of the upcoming meetings. A plus for the channel, you don't have to go to every meeting and download the agenda on the computer. Hopefully this will also fix the problem with the microphones too, as we explained. Please remember to turn on your microphone and speak into the microphone so that we can hear what you're saying. Thank you for your time. The Schneiders. Next one was received on Monday, August 1st, and it reads, President Walter, Village Board, and Mr. Kreklo. Last Friday night, I was looking at the website for the village. One question for you. Who is responsible for looking at the information before it is posted on the village website? I was looking at the Plan Commission, and I noticed that the term dates are wrong. So I asked my husband to do a double take on it, and he said I was right. It was wrong. It is listed at 4/19/2021 to 4/18/2022 for the village president and trustee who sits on the committee. This brings up a question. If you vote on something and that person's term date is wrong, does that mean that your vote doesn't count? Could this be a legal issue for the village? So I went back and looked at every single committee listed, and the only ones that are right are the village board and the Independence Day 4th of July committee. All the other committees that are posted have the same term date issues. We know no one is perfect, but you don't have someone to proofread all the information before it's posted on the website. I think that's a question. Also, another example is when the village sent a letter on the back of the water bill last year stating that the water and sewer rates increased. I called and talked to Mr. Kreklo. He explains at the time that it was aired and should have included just water going up. Mr. Kreklo said it was his fault. Please remember, if this was your regular full-time job, don't you think you would be called out on this? Also, this would reflect on your job review, which in return reflects on your raise increase. One more question for you and the board. Why, when the agenda for the village board meeting is so large, why isn't given more time for the board and citizens to review? Yes, we know that things come up to be posted to it at the last minute, but you also in the past have added the items to the agenda. Please let us know if you received this email and if it will be read at tonight's meeting. Thank you, the Schneiders. And the last one was received today on August 1st. And it says, hello, the PR company that the village is hiring. Will they be fair in giving all the information to the citizens, not just what village administrator wants the citizens to know? One-sided, please remember everything has two sides to it. Please explain where the $75 is coming from to pay for this service. I've spoken to a citizen after they were in the Milwaukee Journal Now section. They believe when the tower is done and we have Richfield hook up to our water, this will reduce our rate increase of 83%. I said, no way. The 83% increase is a done deal and is not going back. So you need to explain this 83% increase is a done deal again. Please email us back if you received this email and if it would be read into tonight's meeting. Thank you for your time, the Schneiders. That's all I have for emails received and into the record for citizen input and public appearance. If there's no one else that wishes to come forward, we can then go on to consent agenda.
Motion to approve A through D.
Motion made and seconded to approve consent agenda items A through D. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Yes. I have a
Trustee
question.
Jan Miller.
On D, it's a resolution for property maintenance special fund. Can you expound on that a little bit?
Would you
please?
like it pulled for further discussion? We can
Yes.
pull it and then it can be brought up after we vote on the rest of the consent agenda.
That would be fine.
Okay.
And may I ask when we're going to do the minutes?
What do you mean?
Don't we approve minutes from the last?
As
meeting?
part of the consent agenda, yes, that's item A of consent agenda.
Okay.
Trustee Neureiter.
And we also pull out item number C, the 24-hour vehicle use. I'm trying to think, Rick, did we at our meeting say we wanted the full board to look at that?
Yeah, that's correct. That shouldn't have been on consent.
Okay.
And I would like to,
Jan Miller.
I would like to pull A
Okay.
minutes.
So that then leaves us with consent agenda items B, which are accounts payable. Any other discussion on the motion to approve consent agenda? No other discussion. We'll do a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Myers, Trustee Baum, Trustee Kaminsky, Trustee Jan Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Nightrider,
Aye.
Trustee Pieper. Aye. President Walter.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, then we'll start with consent agenda item A. Trustee Jan Miller.
Yes, there is approval of minutes, June 20th and July 25th. And we did have a July 18th meeting scheduled and it was canceled. It should be noted. Thank you.
Is that your motion then?
Yes,
To approve the minutes with the addition of the July 18th meeting that was canceled?
one moment.
So then it would be July 15th minute meeting, July 18th canceled, and then July 25th, the minutes.
Yes, and the, on page 13 or 14, it starts with the motion by Nyrider and Baum outlining Lori Johnson's email. It was Lori Johnson's email, but it was signed by Jeff Retzloff. I think that's important. You could
Okay, it
add-
was an email from Lori Johnson that was was forwarded as a Jeff Retzloff email. Okay.
Right, you're right.
So you
Lori-
want that included in the minutes as part of the approval?
Yes. Thank you.
And do we have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made and seconded to approve the minutes with those additions. Is there any discussion on that motion to approve? No discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. That then takes us to consent agenda item C, Employee Policy Manual, 24-hour vehicle use. Trustee Nyrider.
Well, I just felt it should come back. I think we had wanted it to come back to the entire board to look at it and make comment before it gets approved
Okay.
or not approved.
Okay, now would be the time then, since it's on consent agenda on this agenda, then we can bring it up as a separate since it was pulled separately. So now would be the time. Trustee Rick Miller.
Yeah, this was on several GGF meetings that we discussed back and forth. We've had a lot of input from the people that were involved in this portion of the handbook and actually take the vehicles. And I forget what the vote was. I think it was 3-1 in favor at GGF. It was 4-0. That's true. It's on consent agenda. It was 4-0. Sorry. I didn't have that vote in front of me. But anyway, I think that GGF, at least my opinion was that I realized that this was a tool. This isn't a vehicle that you're going to take and, use as yourself. It's more of a utility vehicle, like an electrician or a plumber or anybody like that, some professional would have. And that's really how we viewed it at the end, and that's why it was voted that way in the same. I got an email from Paul Haugen and said that he would like to speak on this as well. So Paul, if you want to come up and say a few words, I'd appreciate that.
Good evening. Just to follow up, we did meet with the GGF committee, and what was discussed is like Trustee Rick Millard said, that these trucks are just a tool to do our jobs, and they are, to me, kind of restrictive in its use outside of work. Obviously, I probably could get disciplined if I go get a gallon of milk 30 seconds off the road, according to our employee manual. And also, I do believe that a lot of the trades, similar to our utilities, have a lot of the same access to a vehicle, and we find it very important to be able to respond. For us in the utility side, I don't want to speak for DPW or the sewer utility, but I think when we get called as managers, it's the worst of the worst. It's what taxes our utility the most, the infrastructure the most, and also the budget the most. And there's several scenarios that I can respond to showing up on the scene. In the last couple of years, we had a couple water main breaks. I'm sure you remember Pilgrim Road. 3 water mains, one water main exploded 3 times. So you show up right to the scene. 15 hours later, we're still on site, and we, took care of a problem with the tools that we needed to correct the problem. We had another one. It was like February. It was a low tower alarm. Again, for us, that's a 911 call. Show up right to the scene. Low water tower levels. Come to find out, a vehicle struck a hydrant, and my on-call guy and I showed up basically at the same time. And what we found out was someone hit a hydrant, drove away, and someone with a mom and a little one came down the road and ended up in the ditch. And he extricated her while I was shutting the water main down, and she went in shock. He put her in his vehicle to warm up till EMS arrived. So to us, we find it a value to have those vehicles at the ready. Again, for us, it's a tool to do our jobs, and we appreciate having them.
Trustee Pieper.
Can I ask how many miles away do you work from Germantown, or do you live from Germantown?
From my house to the border, it's like 6 miles.
So we would be paying for the gas and mileage and wear and tear on the vehicles for them to drive home and back. Is that correct?
Any other questions for Mr. Haugen? Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Trustee Kaminsky.
I probably was the person to start this whole ball rolling, questioning the vehicle use. It's got to be 2, 3 months ago. And in that period of time, after doing some research and after hearing the research that was done by the village about what's happening in other communities, and after hearing from our supervisors, including DPW, which I think Scott did a really good presentation specifically, this is a tool chest. They are taking a tool chest on wheels home so that when they do get a call, they can move that tool chest quickly to the job site and engage in fixing whatever that problem is that is going to really uh, cause difficulties for our constituents. And I guess the way I look at it, if I can be convinced, because I was really a holdout on this, but I really was convinced that this is definitely a good thing. And I'd say more than half the surrounding communities also agree with that, that of our size or bigger, that certain people have to take these vehicles home so that they can be available during an emergency. So I'm, as much of a stalwart holdout I was on this, I was convinced over the course of probably at least 2 or 3 GGF meetings where we really significantly hammered down into it.
Further discussion? Trustee Peeper.
Wouldn't it be kind of smart to have GPS put on the village vehicles then to be sure that they're only driven home and back?
Village Administrator.
I would say, I would, in my opinion, putting GPS on the vehicles would not be necessary. I think for a couple of reasons. Number one, we entrust the superintendents with, I mean, literally with millions of dollars of equipment every day that they're responsible for. And I think that we have very trustworthy people in these positions. If we can't trust them with the trucks, we probably have bigger issues than whether or not they're misutilizing them. The other thing that I would say, just in my experience, we've got 20,000 some people, sets of eyes who are watching what they do. And what that I have had a number of cases, not in Germantown, but in my career where people have assigned vehicles that they're taking home, and when they're someplace that they're not supposed to be, maybe not the first time, maybe not the second time, but I will get a call. And I think that the superintendents are well aware of that and take that into consideration when they make their decisions.
Well, I know one employee lives about a mile away, and I don't have an issue with anybody living in Germantown and taking them home, but I mean, we're going to be spending money on paying for somebody's gas to get to work and back, but we're not going to fix our streets. I have an issue with that.
Further discussion? Trustee Jan Miller.
I look at this as a kind of it is there. I agree with Trustee Rick Miller and Kamensky that this is part of their toolbox. We need them to be responsive, and it's almost like a public safety net. It's part of their job. We want them to show up when there's a big problem, and we need solutions immediately. So I think this has been going on for a long time, that we have been supplying some of the cars and trucks, and so let's get them the tool that they need and pass this and move on down the road.
Further discussion? I have a question. So this resolution changes what? Because from my recollection, in 2017, at the time that we were going through budget and looking for ways to increase pay for the 3 supervisors of the departments, Public Works, I think it was Building and Grounds, and probably water, utility, sewer and water utility. I think maybe it was sewer and water utility and Public Works. The supervisors came forward and offered the remission of their vehicles so that they could garnish a $4,000 raise for the year. That was brought forward by them as part of this deal. And the village board considered it and said, well, makes sense, since we're probably giving up about that much in vehicle use and gas, that we can get $4,000 for each of these people by them not taking a truck home. So that's when that came around in 2017. So does this then grant that back to them? Or is it just going for all people that have the need for an access to the truck? And exactly how many are we talking about?
I'd like to start, but I think Administrator Krecklow probably needs to fill in some things. But we had three options on GGF that we were looking at.
Here.
Number one was remove the vehicles for take home. Number two was keep it status quo, and number three was what started this was to add an additional one for the water supervisor. We decided to keep it as it was in the manual, and this isn't a resolution, it's just part of the employee policy manual. So it isn't a resolution, it's a policy. Steve, if you want to add more to that.
Just to expand upon Trustee Miller's comments, the action that Public Works and Highway Committee, GGF recommended was to keep the number of assigned vehicles the same. So it would be the three superintendents and the foreman position within Highways, Parks, Buildings, and Grounds would be assigned vehicles on a 24-hour basis.
So 4 total?
4 total, correct.
Well, in addition to the police and
the
fire.
police and fire chief, yes.
Right.
Okay. Further discussion? No further discussion? Roll call vote, please. Oh, we'll have a motion first then. Why don't we do that? Sorry, I thought there was one.
Make a motion to approve consent agenda item C.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. I think we've had it. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Rick Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Baum.
Aye.
Trustee Kaminsky.
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Myers.
Aye.
Trustee Nightrider.
Aye.
Trustee Pieper.
No.
President Walter.
Hey,
Motion carries.
that takes care of item C. So item D. Who asked for that to be pulled? Was Trustee Jan Miller. Item D, consent agenda.
Let's see.
Question, is this property maintenance, it's being added to this special fund? Is that what the resolution is?
Mr. President, would you like me to?
Yes,
address
Village
that?
Administrator.
What this resolution does is it creates a special fund, which is an accounting tool that the village sometimes uses, where we would track all expenses for nuisance abatement projects on private property. So, for example, we recently had a case where there was a hazardous dead ash tree on a property.
Yeah.
And if, in that case, the owner, I believe got it taken down in time, but if they hadn't, we had a contractor in place who would have removed the tree. We would have paid the contractor and then billed the property owner. If the property owner didn't pay, it would be put on their property taxes. So creating this special fund is a way of accounting for that, tracking those funds and making sure that we recover the costs of those types of property maintenance issues that we have to take care of on private property.
Could you add since we're adding this property maintenance special to the special fund, could we add other things at a later date to this special fund?
Such as?
Library, capital offset funds.
I don't think this particular fund, it should only, when you're setting up a fund like this, you want to try to keep the revenues and expenses related. So I don't see a way that the library would really connect to this fund. If there was other work that we were doing on private property, where there was an expense related to it, then I think we could add that. But I can't think of anything related to the library that we would want to add to this fund. And just to clarify, when it's a fund, in terms of a fund is an accounting mechanism.
Right.
It's not funds like money. We're not putting any money into this. There's no cash that's being transferred into it.
It's like a checking account.
It's like a checking account. The source of money that goes into the account is what we bill the private property owners if we have to send a contractor to mow their property or to cut down a tree. And then the only costs that come out of it are the costs of mowing the property or cutting down the tree.
Is that the case for historic preservation?
Historic preservation is a little bit different. And actually, I'm not sure off the top of my head if that is set up as a special fund or not.
It's in the document. It lists it as.
It's referenced within the resolution.
Okay.
Yes.
So we are adding that as a fund. I'd have to go back and take a look at what we've been doing with historic preservation. It's a limited amount of money that goes out of that account, and I'm not sure off the top of my head what the revenue source is.
Okay, and the K-9 fund is in there. So there's about five.
Yeah. The K-9 fund is another one that one I'm a little bit more familiar with. The police department does fundraising on a regular basis. That puts revenue into the K-9 fund, and then expenses related to the K-9 units are paid for out of that special fund.
Senior van.
Right. The senior van, the Park and Rec Department operates that, and it is available for seniors to get rides to places. There's a fee that they pay when they utilize that for rides. Those revenues go into that special fund. And then periodically, when the van needs to be replaced, whatever's money is in there. So and maybe I understand your question about the library better as you look at these other funds. Conceptually, it'd be possible to set a separate one up for the library. I'm not sure what the revenue source would be, but yes, it could be something that in the future, if there was a need, we could set one up for the library.
Okay, because I noticed they were very varied. I mean, it seems like quite a variety under that special fund.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Sure.
Motion, right? Okay. Trustee Miller, would you like to make a motion to approve consent agenda item D?
I would like to make a motion to approve consent agenda item D as in David.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? We'll do roll call vote, please.
Trustee Jan Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Baum.
Aye.
Trustee Kaminsky, Trustee Rick Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Myers.
Aye.
Trustee Nightrider.
Aye.
Trustee Pieper. Aye. President Walter.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, takes care of all items on consent agenda. So we then go to unfinished business, starting with unfinished business, item A, cable channel solution. And to give us,
Point of order, please.
sir?
Under unfinished business, B, I'd like to put that after we do new business C, which is the ordinance itself. It's something that Jeff had mentioned before in the last meeting per se.
Okay, we'll go through cable channel and then we'll make that motion to push that back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Aaron?
Thank you. So this is regarding the cable channel that we were that was being discussed at the very beginning of this meeting. Back in November of 2021, the village staff started working with our local Spectrum representative to determine the most efficient and effective way to correct the sound quality that was being displayed on the village cable channel. In February, we were presented with a solution from Spectrum regarding replacing the current fiber optic silver bar to a Drake encoder. I would go through this. I listed what a silver bar is. It's very confusing, but in all respect, it's just an antiquated method. And so the new Drake encoder was suggested back in February by Spectrum, Director of Governmental Affairs. And at that time, it was suggested that it would take about 5 months to go through the entire process. At the end of May, Spectrum was able to schedule a technician for a site survey to initiate the process. Spectrum, village staff, and Capital Data then met at the end of May to discuss the next steps and expected move forward. So the original project cost was $16,500, and that was presented at the end of June. However, after further discussion between Spectrum engineer and our Spectrum representative, they were able to reduce the cost to $10,000. On July 12th, the attached proposal was obtained, and the guarantee was that as soon as it gets signed, that we can schedule the installation. I have the proposal right in front of you. This is a one-time cost of $10,000. I would suggest that it come out of the ARPA funds.
Okay. Anybody have any questions?
Motion to approve.
Question.
ARPA
President.
funds.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Jan Miller.
Why are you suggesting the ARPA funds?
It's a large amount that I don't think that we would be able to put anywhere other than the ARPA funds for the $10,000.
Well, where are you taking it out of?
It would be out of the IT portion of the ARPA funds that was approved.
And how much was the IT total?
There was a total of, well, the total, including some of the projects funded in the police department, was, I believe, about $100,000. There still is about $25,000 that's available that the village board set aside for technology projects. I think that the two other options that would be available, again, as Ms. Hearn stated, I don't think we did not budget for this, and within our technology accounts, our information technology accounts, it's probably a little bit more than we could absorb. But other options would be looking at either our reserves, our general fund balance, or we could hold off and budget this in 2023, and we would find a way to fit it into the 2023 budget.
I believe that we need to get this done now, so I don't think it's a 2023 project. So I'm not sold on using the ARPA funds.
Trustee Nyrider.
And I know this has been an ongoing problem for quite some time. I think every month, I know the Schneiders have contacted many of us regarding this problem, and many of us have witnessed it as well. But to me, this is highway robbery. This is absolutely highway robbery, and I'm not blaming you, Aaron. I think for the cable company to come out here, and first it's at 16.5, and then it's at 10. I've always known the cable companies, for the community, they do something for nothing. And this is, I feel, something that benefits the community, benefits them, that should be done for nothing. Because what kind of guarantee do we have that this is going to work? Have they given us any? Because all their other suggestions have failed in the past. And again, I agree, where's the money going to come from? I just think this is, I'd rather not see it fixed, because I think this is highway robbery. I think that Spectrum owes us this.
Further discussion. Trustee Rick Miller.
Yeah, Bill, this one's hard for me to swallow as well, and there's a number of reasons. Where else do we broadcast right now? Our meetings?
We have a YouTube live streaming channel, and so it's on there, and you can rewatch it on there also.
So we have YouTube, and it's live on YouTube.
Yep, it's live
And
on
it's
YouTube, and it's also recorded.
It's
so you can
also
go back
on
and watch.
WebEx, every meeting, right?
Yes,
Access,
but-
yes.
Yep.
People don't have computers.
Not everybody.
I understand that, and I'm all for getting as much information out as possible, and that's where I'm torn. However, this only works on channel 25 if you have a cable box. There's nobody under 30, I shouldn't say that. Very few people under 30 or 35 have a cable box. They don't do it anymore. So Spectrum, and I don't know what our franchise numbers are in town here, but I just don't believe there's a lot of cable boxes in proportion to the amount of residents that we have. This is a very small group that this is serving for $10,000. And that's why I'm torn. I struggle with paying, charging $10,000 or, paying $10,000 to get this cost. Bang for your buck is pretty low.
Trustee Pieper.
I sit right in between Rick and trustee Nyrider. How far up the chain with Spectrum did you escalate this?
I went all the way up. So like I said, the Spectrum Director of Governmental Affairs, it went up to him, and
he says that he wants to charge
solution.
us $10,000.
Well, he refers to the local representatives to get us that cost. So, but this is.
Him and say this is absurd. We're excessively being overcharged here, and you can't possibly ask a village to pay 10 grand to get our meetings out.
This
is their
amount
problem.
was
It's
for
their
the state of
equipment.
Wisconsin, the connection they have through the state of Wisconsin. So that's how we got the discounted amount, as they say.
I'd say we make it public. Put it in the paper. What Spectrum's trying to do. I do. I think that's where I'm with you. It's their equipment. They should pay for it. What they have in there is theirs. We didn't pay 10 grand to get it initially. So why are they going to make us pay 10 grand? We did initially.
Initially,
How long ago was that?
it was a different situation in regards to the way it was broadcast and the way that it works. And now, in order for it to be translated so that it can be put over fiber, this part is required. So that's the difference of why it was at one way and why it's now this way. The only part that bothers me, and I don't mean to cut you off, is it was 16, now it's 10. I'd like to see something of what its cost is. We have it spelled out here, but we really don't have kind of a invoice that says this part, XYZ, is 10,000, so.
Yeah, let's check out the price on Amazon. I mean, come on, this is absolutely ridiculous. Has this happened with any other village or city or town that we know of in Wisconsin?
I would just say that I think in general, the long-term trend is that communities are going away from broadcasting on cable.
But do we have any example of any township paying this amount to get their the cable trans?
I don't have an
fixed?
example of another community that's gotten their cable fixed, to be honest. I think, some of the larger communities that broadcast other content, City of Milwaukee, et cetera, are maintaining their cable services. But, I think in general, communities our size are migrating away. And whether that's something the board wants to do at this point or in the future is, that's a policy decision for the board. But I think that, the history was that when cable companies were expanding, they provided this type of service. But as fewer and fewer people are getting the cable boxes, I think fewer communities are broadcasting on cable.
Well, and it wasn't even so much that the expanding was part of it, but all of those were put in place back when we used to do local franchises for cable companies. And that was typically one of the negotiated components of that franchise fee was, hey, you're going to give us a cable access channel so that we can do things like broadcast our meetings and put the scrolling, events list and all that kind of stuff. Once the state removed the local franchise authority from local governments, that changed, and they don't really have that urge or that desire to do that, in part because, as Trustee Miller says, they're seeing decreasing subscribers from the pure cable side as people are moving over to streaming and those types of things. Just as an example, I don't think any of our other communities, and we represent 6 others aside from us, I don't think any of them broadcast on cable. It's all online, or they don't broadcast at all. So.
Trustee Pieper, you still have the floor, unless Trustee Jan Miller?
First of all, it was $16.50. Then they dropped down to 10. And I would challenge that they'll drop some more if they want to keep this. I can't believe that unless we see an invoice for the part and what it takes to put it in. But I think they raked us over the coals for months trying to come up with a solution. And then all of a sudden they come up with something. And then, oh, by the way, they dropped the price.
Well, I actually know that our representative was the one who went back because he thought that price was too much. And so I know he's the one who brought it back to his higher ups to try to get it reduced. So he already did that, and that's why it came down to $10,000.
Oh. Well, I just talk to people in the retention department. That's what I do because it's my network or whatever you want to call it. It's my way of communicating. So I hope he represented the village of Germantown correctly. That's all I'm saying.
Trustee Kaminsky.
I too am torn by this, but I do think there are a lot of people in our community that do like to tune into Channel 25. A lot easier, even if you have a computer, even if you have a phone, even if you have a, iPad or whatever. I think it's worth the investment of the $10,000, and I think we should utilize the heck out of this Channel 25 once we get it going. I live part of my time in a much larger community than this, but they still do the same thing, and it's in Scottsdale. And I have to tell you, I watch their station every morning because they had so much community information on there. Everything you'd want to know. If that's how you preferred to get your information, you just tuned into that station and watched it for like 8 to 10 minutes as it scrolled through, and you got everything. And it was well done too. I mean, it was actually music behind it, and any special events like the Taste of Germantown coming up, you knew who was going to be there. I mean, people actually gravitated towards that in that community because they knew it was that well done. You still could go on and watch your meetings online if that's what you preferred. But I think, we're talking about improving communication. I mean, this is access to who we are and what we're all about. And to come down from $16,000 to $10,000, I guess I'm thinking not going to go down much more. And if we had to buy this part in the past, we're going to have to buy a part now. And I think we should use the ARPA funds, perfect use, in my opinion, for ARPA funds, benefiting our entire community. And I would vote for this, and let's just get it done instead of listening to all the complaints.
Further discussion? No further discussion?
Just ask.
Trustee Village Attorney, Village Attorney.
Is that a promotion or not?
Village Attorney.
Aaron, has anybody Googled the part that they're speccing out to see what it costs? I mean, I guess I'm sharing the skepticism of President Walter and some of the others that if you're going from 16 to 10, just like that, that seems like maybe there's a little bit of a markup still in there. Is
Well,
anybody?
I think it was more for installation costs that they marked it up so high, but because we're a municipality, they reduced that greatly because, you know, for the
So that
municipality
cost includes both the equipment, but then some installation
and
component
installation
to it.
costs. Yep.
Is there like a 60-day warranty or anything like that on there?
So it doesn't have to be a warranty because they'll come in and fix it regardless and they won't charge us and there's no cost. This is, like I said, this is a one-time cost and then they will be here to fix it if anything goes wrong with it. So I got that guarantee from our representative.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Nyrider.
I got to go back to the point where this has been going on for a long time, and they haven't been just the greatest at coming up with the fix. So again, how do we know if we spend this money that it's going to work without some type of guarantee? Yeah, we can say that they're going to come back and they'll fix it, and they'll come back next month and fix it, and they'll come back the following month. But that's been the problem that we've had.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if this isn't the fix all, there's something really wrong. So that's why I still have a problem with them. I don't care if they're at $5,000. To me, the cable companies, when it comes back to something that's community-wide, normally in the past, they've kicked in on this. They're only too happy to fix that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no guarantee. And on the invoice or proposal that you have, right, there's nothing that states, you know, we'll guarantee this or we'll. I mean, they're still guessing.
I emailed him and he put that guarantee. I can see if he can put that guarantee within this service description, but this isn't a contract, right? I mean, it's just a one-time service. So it's, you know, but I can see if he can put something like that in there.
If I could just add to that in response to Trustee Nyrider's question. I would say to the board, one of the things that we've learned over the past year of dealing with this, you know, and for people who are listening, you know, we upgraded all of the audiovisual equipment in the village boardroom. And took it from, you know, about 1998 technology to 2020 technology. And what we found eventually when we were looking at the issues that people were having with the cable broadcast is that then we attached it to other 1998 technology, including, you know, this box that needs to be replaced and upgraded. But and what Spectrum tells us is they believe this will fix the problem. But I think that the underlying technology, the cable broadcast itself, is old technology, and I don't think that, you know, that Ms. Hearn or I can guarantee that okay, if we do this, it's going to fix all the problems and the cable broadcast will be good. The cable broadcast is older technology, and there may be something else that's further down the line that we don't know about that would need to be replaced. And we can and we will, and I would say, hearing the board's comments, that if the board does direct staff to move forward with this, we will make another attempt to try to reduce the price and negotiate the price down from Spectrum and get some stronger guarantee language into the agreement to move forward with that.
Does Spectrum have any way of knowing, or knowing's not the right word, but how many people are watching Channel 25, you know, on a given night for the meeting? Is there any way that they can determine that?
You're going over my technology pay grade here, but I don't believe that cable channels do. I think if for streaming services, I believe they can monitor that. I don't believe that with cable technology, just from things that I've read about, like ratings of different shows that are on. I don't think that cable television can determine what channel people are watching when they have it on.
So if we were to lay this over, could we lay it over to a point that somebody will go back to Spectrum And again, talk on this part, but also somebody mentioned it here before, to Google it to see if there's somewhere else we can see what the true cost of this is. I mean, this isn't something we have to award tonight.
I think it has to be a Spectrum product though, because it's
Okay.
connecting to their services.
Okay.
So I don't think it's just something
There's
that you
not
can
something we'll do
randomly get
then.
on Amazon.
Okay.
But to you guys' point too about if they're going to protect their product. So in the statement of work, it does say that the enterprise technician support or the enterprise, a video transport service during the term of service agreement. So they're going to support it during the term of service agreement. And that is continuous because we have the channel continuously. So that right there, I mean, it talks about the full installation and testing of upgrading PEG channel circuits and encoding equipment. So it talks about that in the statement of work.
Well, to
how
me,
to protect
to
those.
me, if the board votes to go ahead with it, I don't see why we would pay that bill for about 6 months until we know that the thing is working. They're not going to be happy about that, but
It could hurt our
that's
credit
their-
rating.
Pardon? Well, why would we pay that bill? But again, there's nothing guaranteed here.
Further discussion, trustee Rick Miller.
Yeah, you know, I said I was torn with this thing. And Terry, you've kind of convinced me that, you know, I said that people under 35 don't have cable boxes, but we do have a number of people that watch every week. And I think it's our obligation to provide them with a service like this. $10,000, you know, in the technology world is not a big number. You will have to use Spectrum stuff. So it's a Drake encoder, but it's Spectrum's Drake encoder. And to do that, and you can't equate the private versus a, you know, versus a government or a business class thing. It's a lot different. So the $10,000 is not out of line to me. It's just, like I said, the bang for your buck. However, I do believe that I feel we have an obligation to our citizens that do watch on here. So I'm in support of it. Whether we do it tonight or you want to research it a little bit more, I'm okay with postponing it, but I'll probably vote in favor of it.
Trustee Jan Miller.
I agree. We need to move on this. We could also say, approve this tonight, take it out of the ARPA funds, out of the technology 25,000 ARPA fund, and then say not to exceed $10,000. Would you be okay with that? Bill? Oh, fine.
There is a motion.
I would like,
There
there's
is a motion.
Would you repeat the motion? Deanna, thank you.
Motion by trustee Myers, second by trustee Rick Miller, to replace the Drake encoder in amount not to exceed $10,000 from the America Rescue Fund, IT portion.
Perfect.
Further discussion. It's been going on a long time, as it was recorded in one of the things we read into the notes this morning, or actually this afternoon. Erin has been working on this over a year, easily. I'm sure she'd love to get it off her plate and move on to some other things. And I thank you for all the work and time that you've put into this, because I know it's been extensive, not only through the upgrade of what we did in this room, but also just the troubleshooting of trying to get it done. For me, when I still have a cable box, I'm not 25, I'm not 35, so I still have one. But when I get to channel 25, it's embarrassing. It's black. There's nothing on it. Not only are people using it for the meetings, and you'll be surprised how many people actually watch the meetings, because I get called by them when they can't hear us or there's issues or sound issues. So it's a fair amount. But they also use it for information, because we would put the agendas on there. We would put recycling hours on there. We would put a lot of things on there. And so they used it for that as well and counted on it to some degree. And the demographic, Germantown is a little bit older. 45 to 60 is really our our middle ground of where our age group is. So a lot of those people still have cable to some degree or another. So for them, and just for the purpose of putting something back in channel 25 that you can actually see and read, I say do it. Please do it, because I just hate looking at that blank channel and knowing that, you know, that's our channel sitting there with nothing on it. And it at least serves itself to present some information about upcoming agendas, rather than also just broadcast all the meetings, because it's just not this meeting. We used it for all the meetings because we could turn it on and just show a room shot of public safety, any of them, public works, GGF, anything that's held in this room can be turned on, and whoever goes past it can stop and watch. So for that reason, I say let's get it done. It may have a shorter life to it, but it serves those residents that really do count on it for their information. Is there any further discussion on this item? We'll do roll call vote then.
Trustee Myers? Trustee Rick Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Baum? Trustee Kaminsky? Trustee Jan Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Nightrider?
No.
Trustee Pieper?
No.
President Walter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Then trustee Myers, you have a motion for unfinished item B.
Yeah, I'd like to do new business C first. Business B thereafter.
All right, that is your motion. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Any discussion to take new business item C over old business item B? No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. So our next order of business is new business item C, which is ordinance 12-2022. Village staff proposed amendment to building code section 14.105, which involves a solid fuel fired heating devices. To give us more information and background on this new business item, I'll turn the meeting over to our Community Development Director, Jeff Retzlaff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back on June 6th, the village board reviewed a building code variance item. And after a public hearing was held and closed, the board tabled action on that variance request with direction to staff to consider making an amendment to the building code that would, in my opinion, better address the circumstances surrounding that particular property owner's request for a variance, that being having a solid fuel-fired heating device, or an outdoor wood furnace, if you will, that was operational before the code was amended to regulate such devices, but then through that regulation, regulated that particular non-compliant device, requiring him to bring it into compliance. So, just as a quick refresher, Building Code Section 14.105 was adopted in September 2005. It regulates outdoor wood furnaces. It allows them to be operated on property in the A1, the A2, the RS1, and the RS2 zoning districts. Those are all districts with parcel size requirements of 2 acres or larger. The regulations require the furnaces to meet EPA emission standards and manufacturer instructions, prohibits the burning of non-wood products. It specifies or requires very specific building and property line setbacks and a chimney height requirement. And it also, again, requires pre-existing outdoor solid fuel heating devices not permitted to comply with the code. And it provides for a variance process that involves the village board instead of the Board of Zoning Appeals. So staff went back and we looked at trying to get a feel for how many of these items are out there in addition to the Wesky outdoor wood furnace that was subject to the variance proceeding, and found that there are only 6 permits that have been issued since 2005 for such facilities. So comparing that to how many might be in existence that were permitted or in operational before 2005, for the last 17 years, we sort of concluded that there probably aren't that many out there that are in the same set of circumstances as the Wesky situation, and therefore came to the conclusion that a set of more robust regulations to deal with those situations is really unnecessary. And so staff took the position of coming up with a code, recommended code revision that moves away from simply using parcel size as a determinant how to deal with non-compliant outdoor furnaces, but more of a nuisance type regulation, so that what I think we put together was a more equitable regulation that's consistent with this idea that non-conforming outdoor wood furnaces should be allowed to continue to operate as is, subject to some requirements, provided, more importantly, that there's no health or safety issue associated with them, as opposed to simply the parcel size that the unit sits on. So with that said, the staff is proposing a change to section 14.105 sub 2 sub E that reads as on the screen. Solid fuel-fired heating devices, commonly referred to as outdoor furnaces or outdoor boilers, that do not comply with the requirements under 2A and 2D sub 2 above, and were installed and in use prior to September 19th, 2004, may continue to be used, subject to meeting all the following requirements, until such time as the furnace and or boiler unit is replaced. So once you replace it, it's no longer non-conforming or non-compliant use. You have to bring it in. The new one has to be brought into compliance with the current code. Number two, operation of the device does not create a public nuisance specified under section 10.03, including but not limited to 10.03 sub 7, the air pollution provisions under our public nuisance requirements. And three, that the unit is operated in compliance with all the other requirements in the section. So again, the more important one there is it doesn't create a public nuisance. What are the other three or the other requirements that it has to meet? Well, it has to continue to operate consistent with EPA requirements. It has to continue to operate in compliance with manufacturer instructions. It has to meet the fuel requirements in the code that it has to be a wood or a wood product, and it can't be kerosene or garbage or treated wood. But it's no longer required to meet just the chimney requirements, the 25-foot setback, the 100-foot setback from a road, or the 25-foot setback from any structure. Again, it's allowed to continue to be operated as is, as long as it's not creating a public nuisance. And then the second provision that we've added was to deal with the specific variance allowance in that part of the code. Not having been here at the time, frankly, I can't imagine why, nor could I find in any documentation and meeting minutes, looking back, why the variance provision was put in the lap of the village board to deal with this, as opposed to the Board of Zoning Appeals, as some other building code provisions are. So staff is recommending that we undo that and change that variance proceeding to provide for as it follows under 14.105 sub 3. Any person aggrieved by a requirement of this section, an enforcement action, or a ruling made by the building inspector pursuant to this section may file a written appeal to the Board of Zoning Appeals within 30 days, seeking relief from such action or ruling, or seek a variance from the requirements of this section. A variance under this section shall only be granted if the applicant meets the standards of 17.52 sub 6, and that refers to standards that the Board of Zoning Appeals uses for variances. So those are the two sections that staff is proposing to amend in the building code to deal with non-compliant or non-conforming pre-existing outdoor wood furnaces. Just to sort of wrap up here, one, it's staff's recommendation that you approve these amendments. And two, getting back to the Wesky variance appeal, the reason why we started talking about this in the first place, if you were to approve these amendments, there would be no further action required by the village board concerning the variance request, unless the village attorney feels we need to somehow put a bow around that and wrap that up. And secondly, Wesky would be required to obtain a building permit, a plumbing permit, an electrical permit as necessary, because that was something that he didn't do initially. And then he would have to continue to operate his wood furnace as I just described, that it only burns wood products, operates according to manufacturer instructions, and it doesn't become or be deemed to be a public nuisance. If that were the case, then it would have to be removed. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Motion to approve new business C ordinance 12-2022 as proposed.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion, trustee Baum.
If you had, somewhere in there, you made a statement about something, if it stops being used or has to be something, it had to be brought up to code. What you said about that.
Yes. On the screen, under section 14.105 sub 2 sub E, the first number 1 point, if you will, until such time as the furnace and or boiler unit is replaced. So an existing non-compliant boiler can continue to be used as is, but once you have to replace that and bring in something new, then you need to bring everything up to the current code.
Okay, and it's the subject of this particular boiler that it was relocated after the ordinance was adopted. That's where I had it. What are we doing for that condition where he's moved it and didn't comply with code? Are we addressing that in here somewhere somehow?
No, not specifically. No, the intention here is to simply put this in place and start enforcing this as of the date this is adopted. So I guess in a manner of speaking, in that case, that first movement from one site to another, which was actually on someone else's property, to his property, I guess you could call that a free pass.
So we're gonna forgive that. The next guy that comes in and has to move it, he's got to bring it up to code?
Yes,
That's what this is saying.
that's what this says. If you wanted to build in some other provision, that's fine with me. Like I said, we looked at, and because there wasn't a permit requirement for pre-2005 furnaces, it was sort of a guesstimate. But based on the fact that since 2005, we've only permitted 6 of these in the village, unless everybody who ever wanted one got it before 2005, I don't think we have too many that are operating out there legally with a permit. There may be more than 6, but we only permitted 6.
That's it.
Further discussion or questions for Director Retzloff? No further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Myers, Trustee Pieper, Trustee Baum,
Aye.
Trustee Kaminsky,
Nay.
Trustee Rick Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Nightrider,
Aye.
President Walter.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Mr. Wesky, do you have any questions? And you will be in to get the permits as requested? Very good, sir. Thank you for coming to the meeting tonight. That then eliminates the need to take on unfinished business item B. So then we'll go to new business, starting with new business item A. Paul Markowitz at West 124, North 13025, Wasaki Road, ordinance 11-2022 to rezone 35.1 acres from the A1 agricultural to the A2 agricultural zoning district and a 2-lot certified survey map.
Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any information you'd like to see from Director Retzloff? Trustee Kaminsky.
I would like to see a brief summary for the people who might be watching this. I think that would be appropriate.
Okay. Director Retzloff.
The Markowitz property is approximately 33 acres in size. It's currently zoned A1 agricultural. It's located on the west side of Wasaki Road, about a quarter to a half mile north of Highland Road. Again, on the west side, the parcel is shown in this portion of the CSM has a significant amount of wetland on the west side of the property. The wetland delineation is being done. In fact, it was just completed last week, late last week. We got order that was done from Sewer Pack today, and the surveying of that boundary will be done coming up in the next week or two. And one of the requirements or conditions of approval is that the CSM be revised to reflect the accurate wetland delineation. The proposal is to divide off a 10-acre parcel from the property for purposes of a future home site. Lot 1, as shown on the screen, is the proposed 10-acre lot. Lot 2, the balance of the property that contains an existing dwelling and other accessory buildings, will continue to be occupied and used as is. Both parcels would be rezoned from A1 to A2, given that they fall under the 35-acre lot size requirement. This particular section of Wasaki Road is under the jurisdiction of Washington County, and as such, we turn to them for their recommendations with regard things such as rights-of-way requirements, driveway restrictions, and so forth. In this case, Washington County is requiring or recommending that the village require a total of 60 feet of right-of-way be dedicated on the west side of the center line of Wasaki Road, and also recommending that there be 2 driveways allowed for the total of the 2 parcels. That would be regulated through the county's driveway permit process. And they're also recommending that we require that the property owner enter into a revocable occupancy permit with Washington County because of the additional right-of-way dedication. You'll notice on the CSM that portions of the 3 buildings would extend now into the new right-of-way. And while not in the travel way, the county does require a specific agreement that specifically addresses how those buildings can continue to be used going forward. Ideally, it's something that allows them to be used as is unless and until they need to be replaced, and then they have to be relocated outside of the right-of-way. Looks like clicker's gone on the fritz. The rezoning from A1 to A2 is consistent with the 2020 land use plan, classification of agricultural and conservation residential. The land division to create 1 10-acre non-farm lot is for single-family dwelling purposes. Soil testing indicates that proposed lot 1 is suitable for a mound-type private on-site wastewater treatment system. I mentioned that the wetland delineation is being completed and surveying to take place in the coming weeks. There are some minor technical corrections that are required by the village engineer for the CSM. Those are outlined in a 6/6/22 review memo. And finally, the Washington County recommendations, as I mentioned. The Plan Commission recommendation is to approve the rezoning from A1 to A2 as proposed, and is also recommending approval of the 2-lot certified survey map for the Markowitz property, subject to 5 conditions.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to approve? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. Next item under new business is new business item B, conditional use permit 02-2022, Thomas Attal, agent for Clinton Drive Property LLC, property owner of Milwaukee Appliance, located at North 114, West 18845, Clinton Drive, application to amend the conditional use permit number 04-09.
Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. Is there discussion on that motion or questions?
A small lot.
Trustee Nyrider?
I mean, dare to have Director Ritzloff's explanation here?
Yes.
Mr. Otto is in the process of acquiring the Milwaukee Appliance operation. And in the course of doing so, we need to revise the conditional use permit that was issued back in 2009 to Greg Carter under the Milwaukee Wash and Appliance Company name. Along with making that correction to the CUP, We are revising some of the conditions. We're getting rid of a couple of outdated or antiquated conditions dealing with adequacy of parking. It's been determined since then, 2009, that parking has been adequate on the site for the operation. We're also getting rid of a condition that requires or that prohibits the CUP from being transferable to any subsequent property owner. As I discussed at the Plan Commission level, this was one of our first CUPs that we issued for a retail service business in our industrial park. And at the time, there was some question as to whether or not it would adequately fit in, so to speak, with the industrial park. And so we had that condition in there just to make sure that if the business was transferred, that we would have the ability to ensure that it would continue to operate consistent with the original proposal. All of that has played out to be unnecessary, and so staff is agreeing with the owner to revise those conditions and then add one condition that simply deals with signage. Basically a redundant condition, but pointing out that signage requires approval from the village for any permanent or temporary signage. So the Plan Commission recommendation is to approve the proposed amendments to delete condition 3 and 4 from the CUP 04-09 and reissue the CUP to the new ownership in the name of Milwaukee Appliance LLC, subject to one additional condition or new condition dealing with signage.
Okay. Further discussion? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Not opposed? Motion carries. Next item under new business is new business item D, contract for communications consultant related to the referendum on providing water and sewer utility service to Richfield. To give us some more information and background on this, I'll turn it over to our village administrator, Steve Krecklow.
Thank you. After the village board made a decision to go forward with a referendum on the potential agreement to sell sewer and water services to Richfield, the board gave me direction to send out an RFP for communication consulting services for firms that may be able to provide assistance to the village in providing information to the public to help inform their votes and their decisions on the referendum. I did send an RFP out and we received 3 responses back. The first was from a partnership between McMahon and Red Shoes, the second Miller Communications, and the third Michael Best Strategies. I reviewed all 3 of the proposals. I did include a brief summary within the packet. And in my opinion, all 3 of the firms are very highly qualified to provide the services that we're looking for. They all have significant experience working with municipalities on various types of referendums and would be very capable of providing those services to Germantown. All 3 firms are present tonight and have prepared a brief presentation, a 3 to 5 minute presentation to give to the board. I would suggest to the board allowing them to make the presentations, and the board then can make have a discussion and select a firm to move forward with.
Okay. Anyone in particular to start?
The first would be McMahon Public Safety and Municipal Management Group with Red Shoes.
Could you push the button on the bottom of the base, sir? There's a little button. If the light goes off, the microphone's on. Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Good evening. Recognize a lot of faces. I was here a few years ago working with the fire department. Did a lot of presentations to the board and discussions with the board. So good to see all of you again. Are we able to get voice on the WebEx? We got the Red Shoes.
Yes.
Are on WebEx.
Is this Maria and Megan? Is that
Yes.
who it is? Yes, they're both unmuted.
They're both, okay.
Good evening.
Evening.
They are there. Okay. So we'll get started. I'll start quickly with just a little, when I was here before working for the village, I was with RW Management Group. I was president of that firm. McMahon, since that time, 2.5 years ago, McMahon Associates, which is an architectural engineering firm, acquired my company, basically because they had so many municipal clients that needed all the services that we had. So we came on board and we've expanded those services and work with municipalities statewide, nationwide. So what I'd like to do tonight is just kind of start out and tell you a little bit about our group from the McMahon side, and then we'll have Maria talk about the Red Shoes and their team, and Megan talk about marketing recommendations, and then I'll close. So basically, our team is a little different than the other proposals that you received. We look at this, and contrary to what was said earlier, we don't look at this as trying to sell your referendum or sell a yes vote. We look at it as you want to provide as much information as possible to everybody so that everybody's getting good information on exactly what you're trying to accomplish with the referendum or not accomplish. So our team on the McMahon side is made up myself, 35 plus years. I hate to say 40 because I really sound old when I do that. 35 plus years dealing with public management and public safety. Been consulting for over 25 years. Matt Greeley is actually the executive vice president of McMahon, and he manages the environmental and infrastructure division. He's an engineer. He's been a municipal engineering consultant with McMahon for over 36 years. His experience, he's got multiple experience with at least 4 different communities dealing with water and sanitary sewer across jurisdictional lines. So he has that background and knowledge. We have clients that have that current situation going right now that we work with. And the other person we have on it is also Sam Posiak. And Sam is our GIS expert. And he does what we call storytelling through GIS. So he kind of lays out the picture on a map and shows where things would go, how they would go, and kind of relates a story, being able to present to the public exactly what you're trying to accomplish or what this would accomplish or not accomplish. So that's the McMahon side of the team. Maria?
Yes, thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here tonight presenting to you. A little bit about Red Shoes. We are a company that's 14 years in business. We have a very talented team of communications professionals. So we always say the strategy is at the heart of what we do. So for this particular project, it's really looking at your target audience, which is your residents, and deciding and looking at ways to reach them. So that is really at the key, or that is the key of what we do and how we do it. There's lots of different ways to reach people. You also need to listen. That's especially key in something like this. So we'd love the opportunity to work with you, and I'll let Megan take it from here about more specifics with the project. Yeah, thank you, Maria. My name is Megan, and I'm with Red Shoes too. And I'll just give you a really high level. I know time is limited, so I'll just give you a really brief overview of our recommendations. If we were awarded this work, we would want to begin ASAP. November is right around the corner. We would have work to do. We would want to start with some information gathering sessions with the village team, really dig deeper into kind of those those people process channels, dig deeper on those, just how to best reach your target audience as your citizens. We would start with putting together an abbreviated marketing plan. I'll call it a roadmap, which would really outline all the different educational materials we would know we would need to design, develop, create. We would start with key messages. So really just all of those consistent messaging that you would need across all of your channels that we would then apply to all of your different platforms. So this would be, your FAQs and your fact sheets, any presentation decks, kind of just bringing all of the information together in a consistent manner. We would then apply those to a number of different channels. I'll just name a few because again, time. We would want to put together a website landing page a place where we could drive traffic to from your social media sites or from emails, from QR codes that maybe are on stand-up banners or posters and flyers throughout the community. So that would be a really important piece. We would recommend putting a community survey together, and that would be housed on this page as well. In addition, we would recommend a strong media relations strategy. So we would want to develop some news releases and media alerts, and sit down maybe with some of the local regional newspapers and get them all of the information so they could help us get the message out to the masses, again, in an unbiased, just an educational way so that people can make their own decisions. Social media would certainly play a role in our plan, as well as just some organic, nothing highly polished or highly produced, but just some nice organic video, maybe of the village administrator that we could put on our social channels and your landing page as well. Town halls, listening sessions, a few mailers I think are important. Again, print materials, and I'll just kind of end with, we also offer translation services. So we would also have an eye on any material that need to be translated into Spanish or Hmong or any other language. So that's kind of, again, the really high level bird's eye view of our recommendations. And Jeff, I'll kind of let you close it from here.
Okay, so the points of difference with our proposal is we know the village of Germantown, we've worked with you before. I'm actually a graduate of Germantown High School, so I'm well educated. We have direct wastewater experience. So you get 2 for 1. You also get the benefit of experts in operation and experts in PR working side by side with you, and confirmed a proven communication process that works and makes it happen. Questions?
Trustee Baum.
How long is it going to take from start to sending out information to the residents?
Yeah, I can answer that. We would spend August information gathering and developing materials, and we would recommend we start sending out and distributing those materials by mid-September.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Nyrider.
Just 2 questions for you. Can you explain to me a little bit what the community survey would be looking for? And also in the quoted price, am I correct that does not include any mailing of any kind?
That's correct.
Yeah, that is correct. It does include the survey. It does not include mailers. And the survey would just be a gauge for us to understand what questions the community really is needing more information on. So think of it as like both a survey and kind of like a form that residents could submit that then we could directly answer constituents. We could put information out in real time.
Can you give us any idea as to mailing cost? I know you can't maybe
I
put
know.
a dollar, but estimate.
Yeah, and we didn't include a specific dollar just because there's a lot that goes into building that, but I would say anywhere between $8,000 and $12,000. That would just be my best ballpark without knowing all the information.
For one mailing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? No other questions? All right. All right, thank you for your presentation.
Thanks so much for having us.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
The next group in the slide deck is Michael Best Strategies.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. Got 2 of my team members with me because it is a team effort, not only on our side of the game, but on your side of the game. This is Ron Irwin from our staff. Ron, you give a quick 30 seconds in terms of your background, checkered as it is, right?
As checkered as it is, exactly. My background is about 13 years in broadcast journalism. Then I worked in communications at an agency for about 10 years, worked in healthcare communications for 15 plus years, and then a few other communication roles as well.
And Margaret Fritsch.
Hi there, I am Margaret Fritsch. I
have been in the PR marketing arena for like 20 years. I grew up in Menominee Falls. I graduated from Menominee Falls East High School, so I would say I have equal education as the Germantown person. And I just want to say I recently ran for alderwoman in my community, so I give you guys all credit for being up here. Lost by 83 votes, but I tend to look at things from the constituents' viewpoint. So when we're writing things, I look at it and say, does this make sense? Will the constituents understand how this is written? So I bring that to the table.
And mine is Jeffrey Remsick. I'm the principal at Michael Best Strategies. We're a full-service strategic and consulting firm affiliated with Michael Best Friedrich, the law firm. I think we help clients advance their objectives by advocating to and deepening relationships with. I think as was indicated here, as indicated in your proposal, this is not an advocacy campaign. This is a public information campaign, and that's something that we really have expertise and specialization in, is public information campaigns. What are the information that people need to know to help them make more informed decisions? And again, I think as was just mentioned in the previous proposal, we too would recommend some sort of survey, or if you've done some sort of survey work already, to take a look at that, to really understand the questions that your community has, so that as we create the communication materials, we're directly answering those questions. And I think that's something I've heard a lot about tonight, and have seen in my experience in terms of working with local governments, is transparency and openness in the process. And we're very, very much behind that. Our sort of key service areas, because we're a full service firm, we do branding, we do competitive intelligence, crisis communications, grassroots advocacy, issues management, litigation support. So we offer a broad range of services that we have.
Yeah.
There we go.
Clicker's not working, we can advance.
Right. I got it. But this just sort of talks about our range of services. Again, our proposal specifically for the village here is really to look at those strategic communication materials and tools. What do you have and what do you need in terms of getting information out to your citizens? And again, if we do mailings, mailings go to everybody. We don't try to target based on recent voters, non-voters, or any of that sort of stuff. Every resident in the village has a stake in the matter and needs to have information on the matter, and that's what we're all about, is trying to provide that information through outreach tools, as was mentioned. I think you'll hear from the other proposals too, an online presence. All those ways you try to present accurate, timely, objective information that allows people to make their own decisions on what they're going to do. And that's part of the process, is providing information, moving forward, taking the vote, and then accepting the results from that and moving forward. Our sort of experience is, Ron and I were talking, again, we're all getting a little bit older as we look at one on the right. Our first referendum was really back in the early 90s. Milwaukee Area Technical College ran a $49.7 million referendum, primarily a building program to help them upgrade their facilities. And we worked on numerous suburban schools and tech college referenda since then. Ron has particular expertise in sort of the public information side of it, so we submitted some information about the Franklin Water Utility Service change. Again, similar to what's here, but again, it was all information that the city wanted out there to help people make a decision and understand the decision that they were going through. It wasn't trying to persuade people, it was trying to provide them the information and then let them make a decision about what makes sense. Ron was also involved in the Greendale School District referendum, a little more direct effort in that sort of campaign.
That was, but I think the process and the concept is very similar. It's getting information in the hands of people so they can make an educated decision, to know what the facts are, and to really have an opportunity and ability for feedback from the community, so that when people have something on their mind or they have a question, that they know where they can get the information, you can respond to them quickly, and built within both of those projects with Franklin as well as the Village of Greendale. It was all about providing that information and helping people to make an educated decision that they felt for themselves personally and for the community was in the best interests, both short-term and long-term.
Cool. And then just a little bit from our timing perspective, again, I think you'll see this similar among the proposals. We're here in August. We need to get moving in terms of getting organized around that. I think part of it is to spend some time with staff and with the board here, because you guys understand, you're trustees, you interact with voters, you interact with the residents. And so some feel from you guys about how people like to hear it and what do they want to hear and when do they want to hear it. Really getting an understanding and a feel for Germantown. We've worked in a lot of different communities, and that's one of the great things about this country and about Wisconsin. Communities are markedly different from place to place to place. There are some processes that we will use, but we really need to customize those to what's happening in your community to understand. And so that early August period is going to be important in terms of getting information material together. As you can see, September moving on through October in terms of maybe some direct mail piece, more social media outreach. Again, all those elements that you would typically see in a public education, public information campaign. And then election day on November 8th, and then be ready, because win, lose, or draw, it's important to communicate with the residents in the village of German about what took place and why it happened and what the next steps are, positive or negative. If you win, what's going to happen next, so the residents understand that. And you talk about that as part of your public education campaign. The other thing that I would just say, just in terms of a couple of final points to make, the local assembly and the Senate races here are fairly normal things. There's no big challengers going on. I think gubernatorial election is going to drive a lot of interest and turnout. You guys had generally high turnout to begin with, like 87, 88%. I think the U.S. Senate race is going to generate even more turnout. So you're going to have a lot. The governor's race is going to generate more turnout. I think the collar wow counties are going to be a targeted area. So my point is there's going to be a lot more people that show up to vote than you might normally see, given even your high sort of voter participation rates. I think part of the message out of that is direct mail will hit a lot of the people who will vote, so you'll be able to get directly to your residents with information. So it'll be, I think, a pretty cost-effective opportunity for you. And I think the referendum, again, to the extent that we talk about it in entertaining, yet educational ways, because you got to kind of grab their attention, that makes more people turn out to vote. We think that's a good idea generally in terms of people voting and participating. And I would say just generally those trends in talking with the political people at our operation. That's one of the great things about our shop. You have Republicans and Democrats, so I get to go to both sides of the story. I think what they're saying is those trends generally will tend to help down ballot items. So I think you'll see that also as part of an impact in what you've got going there. Any comments or questions from the group that we can answer at this time?
Questions? Trustee
Tell me
Myers?
a little bit more about Greendale. When was that?
The referendum that I was working on was an update to the high school primarily, as well as the middle school. And that was about 10 years ago. Working in that case, there was a citizen group that was very actively working in opposition. So the work that I was really working on was helping to establish a citizen group, get the information in the hands of the voters, and look at providing information that ultimately helped to put the correct perspective out, because there was some misinformation that was out there. So it was really setting the record straight and ultimately, enabling the district to move forward with the upgrades to a high school that was built in the 1950s and had not had any update done since then. In fact, some of the original windows that never opened when my wife was a student there many years ago still weren't working. So, at the end of the process, I think we were able to, in that case, because it was a little more of a proactive working for support for the referendum, that we were able to succeed and get a yes vote.
How many millions was that?
I'm sorry?
How many $millions?
That was about an $18 million referendum.
Thank you for your answers.
Trustee Kaminsky?
Under your cost proposal, I just needed a little clarification. Primary scope of services, 53,700. Optional community survey, 3,500. But then I go down the page to optional survey, and it says $32,000.
Yeah, there's an additional cost.
A broader survey, is that what that is?
Yeah, there's an additional cost on our side in terms of helping to prepare and working with the village to prepare the actual survey instrument itself. We'll work with a survey company. And then, so that would be an additional charge on our part. And then the cost of the survey.
I get that, yeah. But I just was confused, it's me, I'm sure, that above that, it says $3,500 for optional community survey.
That's right. That would be $3,500 that would, for Michael Best Strategies. So
Okay, and then the other, okay,
yes.
okay.
Is that clear?
No hidden charges anywhere else in this. This is all inclusive, correct?
All inclusive. What you see
Okay.
is what you get.
I personally don't, I'll talk about it later. I don't see a need for a survey. But anyway.
That's why we made it as optional.
Trustee Jan Miller.
In your proposal, page 4 on the bottom, it does talk about the optional survey, and it states the village has conducted an initial online survey to access the attitudes of residents. What would that be?
I'm not exactly sure what that's referring to at that point. I'm trying to remember what that this process has gone on quite some time. We have done a number of things for input from residents with the listening sessions. I believe that there was, at some point, we did ask in one of our surveys some questions on this. It might have been a Facebook survey that we had done.
Oh.
Yeah, our point was we were just looking for any information that you guys had background and
Absolutely.
context, because it'll help us get up to speed.
I
and
was
provide better depth.
trying to figure out I'm not on Facebook, so that makes sense.
Neither, so.
I have a question. So this particular referendum is different than others that you've listed as your examples where you've gone out and asked for funding for schools or for different costs that impact property taxes. This one is a non-binding referendum to see what the village residents feel in regards to sharing sewer and water services with a neighboring community. And the important part of that, being that we have something coming up in November, is there has to be the formal language of what is going to be on the referendum ready to go by the end of August. Are you helping to formulate that question of what actually is going to be on the ballot, or is it through the survey, or is it more staff-driven information? I mean, how do we come up to that language for the question?
Typically, what we see is it tends to be more staff-driven on your side with assistance from the legal counsel and then input from the communications council.
Okay, and you see no problem with the compressed schedule of having to have that information ready to go for the ballots by the end of August?
It is what it is, and we'll make it happen. We're facing a similar situation in different communities, so.
Okay,
Right.
appreciate that. Further questions for this group? No further questions? Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we have Miller Communications.
Good evening.
Evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having us here. So we've got just a couple of slides that I don't see. We can go without them. You guys have more in-depth information in your packets from our proposal in any case. I'm happy to get started without those if that's preferable to this group. I know we've had a long night and I'm happy to get through this without those. You're not on there?
Okay. Do you want to?
I'm looking.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem. As we're getting those pulled up, I'll just kind of preview. So we've just got a very few slides to get through. I'll try and talk into the microphone. I know folks are at home as well. Just to kind of introduce you all to who we are at Miller Communications, some of our experience in the area of referendums, as well as work with municipalities. to kind of give you a flavor of what we've done in the past and just who we are. A little bit of background on kind of how we work, the way our teams are set up, so you can kind of get a sense for what it would be like to work with us. And then we'll go into a little bit more depth as to what our proposed strategy is for public information around the proposed referendum.
Is actually a test to see how well you work under pressure.
Perfect. Trial by fire.
Sorry, they did turn it in. Completely me, I don't. Well, we have it on our, have it on yours?
Yeah.
Well, if you all are happy, I'm happy to go ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
Great. So I'm just going to skip to slide 2 right away. It just kind of shows you a list of the capabilities that we have as a firm. We are a 360-degree communications firm, meaning we take a holistic approach to communications in order to assure that every project we work on is really honed in for the community that we're working with and the situation that we are facing. Everyone on our team of about 30 people is what we like to call a strategic problem solver, working with our clients, so in this case, you all, to really understand and prepare for questions that may arise and to address the audience, the constituents of the community, kind of where they are and to meet them kind of halfway. I'm going to skip ahead to our team slides. You can kind of see little bubbles of all of our faces on that 3rd slide. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the fact that, you know, what makes our team unique is, we're on slide 3 if you want to skip forward. What makes us unique is our deep bench strength. Perfect. Thank you. And from a budget perspective, including team members of varying levels of seniority helps us to ensure that the most qualified, least costly member of our team is able to execute on any given task, ensuring that we keep budgets in coordination with what we've proposed to you, which is that all-in budget. We do have some really in-depth experience, a long track record of supporting referendums for municipalities and for school districts. Every public education effort that we've worked on really does just that, focuses on public education and public information. Our goal is an engaged and informed electorate. And so the approach that we put forward that Cass is going to kind of walk you through in a minute here makes sure that we are communicating with everyone in the community where they are, where they get their information. So you'll see a lot of different tactics listed so we can ensure that, you know, the folks who have their cable boxes still get information from the news, those who maybe are more tech savvy get it online, and so on and so forth. We have recently engaged with a number of successful referendums, successful from both our perspective as looking at kind of what is an engaged and informed electorate, and then successful from the perspective of the municipality as well. So that includes a couple of the examples that we've got here, some public education campaigns for public safety referendum and also for school districts. I'll also just add that in addition to those experiences, we have a longstanding partnership with the League of Wisconsin Municipalities. We act as their on-call service for members who may need communication support. So as a result of that partnership, we've got a really deep understanding of local challenges, the way that your constituents all kind of think and the questions that they ask, which helps us to be sure that the way we're communicating with them sort of speaks their language. I'll also add that we have supported communications efforts specific to intergovernmental agreements before, so in Racine County, including with the Village of Mount Pleasant and the City of Racine. I'll kick it over to Cass to talk through the next slide, which is slide 5.
Thanks, Mia. So in terms of what we've included in our proposal, like Mia mentioned, it's really about building that public information and education campaign together. So our first step in this process is working with all of you, the board and village officials, to make sure that we're understanding all of the information as part of an information audit. So that's talking with experts that have pulled all of these reports together. And again, talking with all of you and the city to make sure that we're understanding the ways in which the constituents like to get their information. From there, we start to build a number of foundational documents that will help us as we cascade that information out in front of the community. So that's developing key messaging documents, an FAQ to help with a lot of questions that you will likely get from the community. We've heard tonight this is a really engaged electorate, which is really exciting. So we want to make sure that everybody can kind of sing from the same songbook, more or less, and has all of the information that they need to talk to constituents at your fingertips. From there, we'll also build a fact sheet that helps lay out what happens when people vote yes and what happens when a majority votes no, so that they do have that information in front of them in a clear and easy to understand way. I'll zip through this a little quickly, but from there, like I mentioned, we cascade that information out in a number of different ways to the electorate. You'll see we have some direct mail included here. We're recommending distributing at least 2 direct mail pieces to constituents. The mail-in date the date that mail-in ballots will be going out this year for the November election is September 22nd. So we want to make sure that we're out in front of that date with information, again, from both a yes and no perspective. We'll also make sure that you have information at your fingertips in a way that you can talk to the community. So we know that engaging one-on-one with the community is a really important part of moving through this type of work. So pulling together a presentation that officials can use in that capacity, and also setting up community engagement sessions will be part of that work. There will also make sure that all of these materials are available online, both on a dedicated landing page as well as through social media posts. We're also recommending that the village have a short video, usually about 90 seconds, where a village official can talk through both, again, the yes and no aspect of the referendum. We'll also help with any earned media engagement and put out press releases and help with interview coordination and the like. In terms of our budget and proposal, we're happy to work with you to help refine that to best meet the needs of the community. And with that, we will take any questions.
Okay. Questions? Trustee Kaminsky.
Now, you didn't recommend a survey.
We didn't, no.
And why is that?
So as part of our typical referendum process, we usually, if we have more time, do a 3-phase process. Survey is the first phase of that process, and it really helps us kind of get to the meat of what should be in that question. At this point, I mean, it sounds like from the information that we've received that the board really has a question kind of firmed up. And like one of the other members just mentioned, we would work with the attorney and city administration to help with strategic counsel for that question. But at this point, we don't, the survey really at this point is the referendum itself. We don't think that the cost is really needed to do any other survey engagement.
Thank you.
In other cases, the survey question, the survey itself helps us identify what the question should be. In this case, because that's not necessarily going to be the process, that's at least at this point under discussion. It's not worth the expense from our perspective.
Trustee Nyrider.
Are you familiar with the history of this and the amount of time that this has been an issue with the board and how split the board has been on this? So how are you going to deal with this? You talking about staff and getting their opinions and board members and getting their opinions, but do you realize how split the board has been on this, and how do you deal with that?
We do. This line of work, we do work with a lot of differing opinions. We know that we're not, unfortunately, going to be able to please everyone, but we do like to hear people out and make sure that any strategy and plan that we would pull together is an informed one. So we don't necessarily know exactly how all of the sausage has been made. We have talked to Steve a little bit to hear about some of the the issues that have led to this point. But again, we want to make sure that any strategy that we're putting forward is an informed one.
I would also add, I'm sure that the diversity of opinion here on this board sort of reflects the diversity of opinion in the community. The questions that you all have, the opinions that you all have about this topic certainly reflect the views of constituents. Helping to hear all of that in advance of conversations with constituents will really inform the messages that we're able to develop for them to be able to ensure that we have answers to the questions that they're going to commonly ask, and that will be a really helpful part of that process.
Since another municipality was involved in this agreement, Richfield, do you also talk to anyone from Richfield or?
As part of the process, we may talk to them. I think a little bit of that is kind of when we cross that bridge, or when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. I think knowing that this conversation is really specific to a referendum that voters in Germantown will see on their ballot, our goal is to focus on educating and informing and having conversation with Germantown voters. There may be answers that we would need to kind of build based on conversations with Richfield, but I don't think that talking to that community as a whole is kind of what the goal is of this education effort.
Good. Thank you.
Trustee Jan Miller.
Did you say that you saw the referendum question already? I misunderstood.
Sorry, I might have misspoke. I know that there's language, it sounds like there is language that's forthcoming. We haven't seen any exact question yet.
Okay, but you are saying that, I think in most cases, that it is dependent on the village to come up with the actual referendum question verbiage.
Yes, in most cases.
So our experience is that typically village attorneys work very closely with the state to outline what that question is. Usually there are some pretty strict requirements as to sort of what that question can say. So it has to go through a process with likely the county and then the state, just to be sure that that language is approved and is sort of in line with the legal requirements of referendums.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? No. All right, thank you.
For your time.
That's fine.
Board? No closed session. Yes. Trustee Rick Miller.
I just have one question. In our summary here, Michael Best Strategies is listed as a cost of $50,200, but in their proposal, it says $53,700.
In order to try to provide more of an apples to apples, I tried to pull out the cost of the optional services, the optional community survey. So in that case, in their proposal, they had a $3,500 optional community survey. So I pulled the optional costs out in that table.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Trustee Nyrider.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I reviewed these, all three of them, and all very well done, and all certainly very reputable companies, as Steve had indicated as well. A couple of things came to mind that I think really need to be answered before we can maybe decide which one of these companies we would select. One of the issues for me is how are we going to pay for this? You know, there's been discussion that it could be taken out of reserves, it could be taken out of ARPA funds, but you know, that has a basis for me as well as to how we're going to pay for this. And the other thing is that there's, and I think all three of the companies have mentioned this evening, time is of the essence. Mm-hmm. Because we're running up to, November's not that far away. And there's going to be concern as to, as they go along, various things are going to need to be approved. from whether it be mailings to other correspondence or whatever. And since we as a village board only meet every 2 weeks, I don't think it's going to be possible for stuff to always come back to the village board here to be approved. And I think somewhere along the line here, in a sake of fairness, we have to make sure that they do have someone, or that the board agrees on someone that they can go to say, yeah, I sign off on this, send it out. Because I don't know how the entire board, all 9 of us, can get in the approval of seeing every postcard, every communication or whatever. So I think those are some questions, I think, that before we even decide on who it would go to, from a payment issue, how we're going to pay for this, and also how various things are going to get approved, I think those really need to be looked at first before we make at least in my feeling, before we make a decision. Thank you.
Trustee Kaminsky?
In response to that, I have no problem once again using ARPA funds for this, or reserve. So we have the funds. So to me, funding is not a question. We have them. I think we definitely cannot let the village employees do this job. It's way too much work and way too tight a time frame, and we're not specialists in that. Now, whereas my background tends to be their background, and I know my 2 favorite firms already for different reasons, we have to pick one tonight to move forward. The approval process, I think, is the most critical thing that you mentioned. And that, because we have such a split on this board, there's such a dichotomy between people who have fought against this and people who have fought for it, that we have to be very careful and maybe even formulate, Steve, with you and Dean, a small committee that has the final say on these items. And, or perhaps they can be shared via email and we could have an input, but we can't be voting on everything. We're not going to get anything done. So we have to trust that the firm is going to be unbiased and is going to lead that unbiased approach through our village. And that is something I would like to hear more about how that's going to be set up. And that will be, I think, that is one of the jobs of the agency we hire, of how they're going to manage that, knowing how controversial this issue is. It can be done. It has been done, and it will be done again. So the money to me is not an issue. We got the money to pay for it. To me, the bigger issue is let's get the feet on the ground here and let's get moving on this.
My only thing is, from a payment, I'm looking at, do we require, is this something taxpayers should pay, or should this just come out of ARPA funds? I have a.
Wait, taxpayers are paying for it. So I mean, yeah,
Well,
flip a coin.
Yes and no, though. I have a problem having it come out of anything, out of any reserves or things like this, because I don't feel this should be a taxpayer expense.
Okay.
Reserves aren't from taxpayer. The reserves actually came from revenues based off of permit fees and construction fees. That's where a lot of the reserves were built. There wasn't excess property tax revenue that was put in reserve. All the reserves came from unexpected revenues through the planning commission or the planning department with the development that was happening. So we're not, in a sense, using property taxes from the residents, but we are using revenues that were received, within the village for development that occurred.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Can I continue?
Trustee Kaminsky, yes.
And to me, this would be genuinely okay to be using ARPA funds for this. Again, we're talking about communication with our residents. And those of us, and I'm one of them, who wanted this to go to referendum, now we've got it. Now we've got to work on it, and now we've got to make it work. And one of these agencies is going to do that for us. But where we have the money, so I'm setting that aside. To me, the bigger issue, and that has to be a sidebar with Steve and whatever agency we select, of how we're going to establish that itty bitty committee where the right eyes are looking at it, including one on either side of the issue plus you. Something to that effect. And I think that's to be named. That's not something we're going to figure out tonight. Now, I'm just going to lunge right into this because it's 9:30. I could be happy with either Michael Best or with Mueller. What I like about Michael Best is their depth of experience. And the way it was presented to us, as I would trust it be totally unbiased, and they have years of experience to make that happen. And they have a great reputation in the city of Milwaukee, not just as a legal firm, but with all of their communications efforts. I could be happy with that. What I really like about Mueller is not just the energy, but the way you came forward. And my question was, why do we need a survey? It's too late for a survey. And we don't have time for a survey. We know the issue. We know very precisely what we're trying to define here. And a survey would be a waste of time and money at this point in time. And I like that answer and like their thinking on that, which made me think that these people think well in this firm and are going to be able to approach this issue in a very logical and fair way. So either one of those two firms are my finalists for those reasons
But you
primarily.
don't have a motion at this time?
No, I want to hear what other people say.
Okay. Trustee Nyrider.
I'll agree with you on one of them. I also liked Miller Communications when I looked through their document. And the reason I did was there were a couple of things that stood out, and maybe I missed these in the other ones. I got from reading theirs more of a discussion about that, presenting both sides of the issue. I just recognized that a little bit more in what they wrote. Also, I was impressed where they put down that, getting the information out before the absentee ballots are sent out. Something, I never thought of. And I thought that was good to have that. And also, they talked about a fact sheet, what happens with a yes or no vote. What are the results, so that people would know if this gets voted down, this is what happens, or whatever. So I thought there were a couple of good things in there. All three of them had excellent presentations and booklets, but Miller just kind of just seemed to me like they could hit the road running, get going here immediately, and they're ready for this. And again, I think everybody realizes the time issue, but I did like Miller the best of those that I looked at.
Trustee Pieper.
Personally, I think mailers are key. I'm not on social media, so I don't catch a lot of the stuff. People aren't going to seek out the website. I think mailers are definitely key, and we're getting 2 mailers with Mueller in our budget. I make a motion to approve Mueller.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. I would add that the presentations of all three groups were very good, and I would hope that they are, because that's what they do. They're marketing, and they should first and foremost know how to market themselves best, and then how to present the question correctly and information correctly so that everyone can make an unbiased decision. And for that, I think I saw that in all three groups, so I appreciate that presentation. I agree that our time frame is compressed, and so is our referendum is somewhat unique. In the sense that it's not out there asking for taxpayer property tax increases. It's asking for if you want to extend services, which is water and sewer. So it's a little bit different in the way that you have to market it and present that information fairly. And also, as I see it, when I'm looking at this and knowing the time crush that's on them, the first and foremost target that has to be met is the question, what is going on the ballot? Because that only is 4 weeks away before it needs to be formulated and presented as part of the printing of the ballot in time. Within that time frame, and tonight, that's 4 Mondays or 4 additional meeting opportunities that this board could get together under special meeting. We have one on the 15th. We could have one on the 29th as well. But in Plan Commission on the 8th and the 22nd, we could meet previously if we need to approve anything in regards to the question or what is considered the first item of business. And I think we need to look at our schedule for that. Once we get that in place, Then the other information that Trustee Kaminsky was mentioning as far as the approval of how that information gets out, what it says, what type of information it is, that could be a smaller committee. But I believe the question should be by all of us, should be voted on by all of us and formulated by all of us in a meeting that everyone here or within residents that want to attend or watch can see. That's, to me, is the first item of action. I think we'd be doing well with any one of them. The only thing that what I like when I see the presentations, I like to see my total cost, and I don't like the variable of and additional printing, because that's my forte. I'm in printing, so it could be a larger range. You did arrange it a little bit, but I'm not as comfortable with an addition to than I am with a package that's complete, and that's just information back to you for feedback. So with that, I'm comfortable with what's being proposed at this time as part of the motion. Further discussion? Trustee Rick Miller.
Yeah, as part of the referendum process, if I remember the fire department referendum, that was largely based on state statutes, right? When it came to the referendum question. So who's crafting this question and what's the process for that?
Village attorney.
So realistically, it'll be kind of as all of them indicated. It really relies heavily on me. You're right. In some instances where you're looking to exceed a levy limit, there's very specific language that needs to be there. On an advisory opinion like this, it's not as detailed in terms of what does and doesn't need to be there. The big thing is you just want to make sure that your question ultimately gives a clear choice. That you can't have somebody reading the question and saying, if I vote yes, I don't really know what it means versus no. You want to make sure that you have a very clear question in that regard. Quite honestly, I anticipate that form of that question will probably be on our next regular meeting agenda for kind of the preview and discussion, so that we're ready to go and get it approved so that we can meet the timing deadlines for the notices and everything else within the statute. So.
Okay, so with that said, in 2 weeks, we have another meeting and we should have a pretty good idea of what the question will look like at that point. So I think we're okay with meeting that deadline. And this proposal here, I tend to agree with everybody. The only thing I looked at is on Michael Best's strategies. They did have a water utility question that was a little bit different than what we're going through. It would almost be on the Richfield side of how are we going to get the water. So I looked at that, and that I was leaning towards them. I don't have any issue with Miller. I think that's another good choice here.
Further discussion? Trustee Jan Miller.
I thought they were all very good presentations. The onus is really on us, actually, the attorney, getting the verbiage correct. And Attorney Brian, you said that there's other steps that have to be taken for the referendum, not just the writing of the referendum.
Well, right. There's notices that then end up having to be published. Class A notices, I forget all of them. Madam Clerk probably knows them off the top of her head, but just like with any election, we have various notices that say, here's what's on your ballot. Those types of things that we need to meet in order to do that. And our first one of those is just the deadline to get the question finalized and formally order that special election, which is coming up here by the end of the month. So.
And as long as we all, it comes to a vote for the village board, as President Walter suggested, I think that it is good. I like Miller as well. Lots of energy, and I like the point about no survey. We're beyond the survey. We're really beyond the survey. That is all I have.
Okay. Further discussion? Trustee Baum.
Do we think we can get this done in time?
Absolutely.
You do? Yeah, I have very little faith. I think this is a waste of money.
No, it's not.
I have a hard time with any of this.
Yeah.
I'm just very skeptical about it. So, but
Well, we'll prove you wrong.
somebody has to, because I'm really struggling with it.
Further discussion? No further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Peeper? No. Trustee Nightrider? Trustee Baum?
Abstain.
Trustee Kaminsky? Trustee Rick Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Myers?
Aye.
President Walter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Again, thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you all for your presentations and for your submittals and for staying with us till 9:30. Appreciate it very much. Have a good night. Next item under new business comes item E, presentation of next generation 911. For that, to give us that presentation, we have our Chief of Police, Mike Snow. Chief.
Chief.
Thank you. And I promise you this will be brief, basically because it's way over my head. Yeah, I was hoping to have general communications down here. They prepared an invoice for me of what the cost of these upgrades are going to be. They were not able to have someone down here. I checked with the county. They couldn't have someone here. So you are stuck with me. So I think today is more just putting this on your radar than anything else, that this is coming down the line at some point. We do have to take a look at it and prepare for it. So the next gen 911 in a nutshell, it's just bringing us up to the current technology. It's improving interoperability with our citizens, with other PSAPs in the area. So residents can use text, videos, along with a number of other things to improve our communication with them. Basically, it spells it out a little bit. It's replacing the existing analog circuit-based system and just bringing us up to current technology. Kind of the benefits and challenges. I'm not. Do I need a clicker here? Or? Got it. Okay, I'm already on the next one. There we go. So you can see the benefits: improved response times, location data, just transfer interoperability between PSAPs, improved redundancy, reliability. In a nutshell, the challenges are all associated with cost, the funding for them, the increased cost of implementation, and just some of the security threats that come along with any increase in technology. Part of the issue with the cost, there's one grant available for this, and the state basically set up criteria that the only agency in Washington County that met that criteria was the Sheriff's Department. So we're not eligible for it. West Bend and Hartford, none of them are eligible for it. One of the criteria was that the county board had to designate one PSAP to manage the grant, and they chose Washington County. Some of the other issues were the ability to handle, to take wireless 911 and landline, and we don't take wireless. County's the only one in the county that can do that. They transfer it to us. The other requirement was that you have 2 dispatchers working at all time. We have 2 dispatchers from 2 to 10. Oftentimes we'll have 2 dispatchers on days and thirds, but sometimes we go down to 1 dispatcher. Washington County is the only one that has 24/7 2 dispatchers working. So we are not eligible for that grant. I did contact the county and the Offices of Emergency Management to see if an option was there that Washington County could share those funds, and no one is interested in doing that either.
What's the cost?
So, and I was hoping that GenCom could come down here to kind of explain that invoice that they sent forward, because there's a lot of licensing and optional equipment involved, it's generally speaking going to be about $300,000 for all the upgrades. One of the options, quite frankly, is to do nothing, is to go on as we are, which is fine for right now. Looking at this, when you build a new police department, it might be a good time to look at that. But at some point, we're going to need to do it. And it is going to cost a significant amount for those upgrades. That being said, when we build a new department, we would have had to do something with upgrades anyway. A lot of our equipment was outdated anyway, so we were going to look at these types of costs regardless for our dispatch. But the next gen 911 is just kind of a real talking point right now among PSAPs, having to make some real difficult decisions about how to pay for that. So I just wanted on everybody's radar that at some point we are going to be looking at this.
When is the county targeting their installation, or when are they starting to use it?
I think by the end of this year, I think those grants are coming out right now, and that money will be available for them. So I'm assuming late this year, possibly 2023.
Okay, and then what was that grant's value? Let's say $300,000.
Yeah, no, and I would have to look at that. Each county was awarded a different amount, and I'm not sure what Washington County was awarded for that grant.
Okay, so if we go on as is, let's say to the end of the year, does it put any of the residents in I don't want to say jeopardy, but are they getting any less service based on us having it or not having it?
No, because their services aren't going to change. They're going to get exactly what they've been receiving for years. As I said, the wireless calls, since we started taking them, have been routed to us through the county.
And they'll continue to do that.
Continue to do that. When we upgrade them, we would have the capability of taking the wireless calls ourselves.
So, curious, would you rather
And I think the process by that works, the transfer process. I don't know that there's a great deal. I'd have to actually crunch the numbers to see what the difference in time is, response time, but I don't think there's any significant difference in response times based on those two types of calls. I think a lot of calls are coming in wireless now, so that's pretty much all of our.
Your landline's through your cable provider?
Yeah.
So it's VoIP anyways, so that's wireless.
But I'm usually running down the street finding an incident, so.
Scene of an accident.
Yeah. So how often am I?
That's why you got the hot corner. Trustee Kaminsky.
So $300,000 is a lot of money, and that's something we have to really plan for in the future. So in this next budget period, I do not see this happening if things are working well. It begs the question again, too, though, of dispatch going through the county, all of it. But that's where all of our cell phones are going now. I mean, I think we have to look at every option, and that's certainly going to be an option. So, and then I guess my other question was, now who is your expert on this that couldn't be here?
General Communications put together the cost of what that upgrade is going to.
I think it would be helpful for us to get a little breakdown when they have time at some point,
Sure.
as we enter the budget period, to see, are there pieces we could do, like we do part of it this year, part of it next year? I think just to have, a little more refined information on that would be important. So we make sure your standards are met, what you need, and that our public is safe, and yet looking at all the options to control the costs.
Trustee Jan Miller.
So this new 911, it indirectly affects the fire department too, right? Does it?
Sure, yeah, because they dispatch through us. Anything that
Okay.
impacts us is going to them as well.
Thanks.
Just letting.
Chief Delane, do you have anything to add to this?
As of right now, no. Mike and I basically just talked about this with Administrator Krecklow for the first time a couple weeks ago, and the situation really hasn't changed as far as the amount of information that we have to go along with.
Okay, thank you. All right, other questions?
I just one more, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It'd be interesting to hear too, like, why is it so expensive? I mean, what else is really changing except now you're going to be able to take cell phone calls direct? So I guess I do need I need more info put into my head.
Yeah, and there's so many other capabilities I'm sure that I'm just not able to speak to, but yeah, they and the thing about this is if we did that upgrade, a lot of that reliance on Washington County goes away then. I mean, we don't need them transferring calls, and that was part of this as well.
So you'll try to schedule them to come in and give us more information?
Absolutely.
All right, appreciate that. Trustee Jan Miller?
Does Washington County charge us for transferring those calls?
No.
Okay.
I
Just
can.
wondered, there was some. I doubt it.
All right, no other questions? Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chief Delane, for hanging with us. Next item under new business is 2 closed sessions, starting with item F, purchase of North 104, West 12667 Donges Bay Road. The village may enter into closed session per Wisconsin statutes 19.85 subsection 1 subparagraph E for deliberating or negotiating the purchase of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session, and then may convene into open session to take such action as it deems appropriate. And item G, administrator performance objectives. The village board may enter into closed session per Wisconsin statute 19.85 subsection 1 subparagraph C for considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, and then may reconvene into open session to take such action as it deems appropriate.
Motion to go in closed section.
Do you have to do it for separately or no?
F is my
For
motion.
item F first, and that would include? Okay,
Second?
motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Myers?
Aye.
Trustee
Aye.
Peter?
Yes, I should say.
Trustee Baum? Trustee Kaminsky? Trustee Rick Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Nightrider?
Aye.
President Walter?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Item G,
Motion to go into closed session for item G.
including?
Who needs to be here?
I think I'm on my own on that one.
Only administrator.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee
Aye.
Peter? Trustee Baum? Trustee Kaminsky? Trustee Jan Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Myers?
Yes.
Trustee Nightrider?
Aye.
President Walter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, before we go into closed session, the next regular village board meeting will be on Monday, August 15th at 7 PM here at the Village Hall Boardroom. Thank you all for coming tonight, and thank you all for watching. Have a good night. Turn off your microphones, please.